शरणं गच्छामि धम्मं शरणं गच्छामि
Recording stopped.
संघं शरणं गच्छामि
Recording in progress.
बुद्धं शरणं गच्छामि धम्मं शरणं गच्छामि संघं शरणं बुद्धं शरणं गच्छामि धम्मं शरणं गच्छामि संघं शरणं गच्छामि
Good morning. Доброе утро. Good morning, everyone. I'll start in Russian. Доброе утро, дорогие друзья. Сейчас мы начнем немножко технической информации. Для того, чтобы слушать русский перевод, вам нужно включить у себя в Zoom канал перевода и выбрать русский. Тогда вы сможете слушать на русском, потому что учения будут происходить на английском. Please, the English-speaking participants, if you want to listen to the English, please choose the interpretation mode and the English channel. This way you will be able to listen to the translation to English when I'm sorry, there was no sound at some point, right? Probably. Okay, so we'll just start. And good morning, everyone. We are very happy to welcome all of you to the online retreat Inquiry into the Nature of Reality with Venerable Geshe Dorji Damdul. And we are especially honored and grateful that Geshe-la kindly agreed to lead this retreat for us. We're deeply thankful to Geshe-la for helping thousands of Russian Buddhists since 2023 to gain a deeper understanding of Buddhist philosophy and to move further on the path through the online Nalanda tradition Buddhism courses created by Geshe-la with the blessings of His Holiness the Dalai Lama. And thanks to Geshe-la's personal initiative, these courses are now available with Russian translation. Without any doubt, these courses have become the most popular online Buddhist philosophy program in Russia. It not only expands our understanding of Buddhist philosophy and of the nature of reality, but also provides much needed spiritual support to people living in today's world full of illness, wars, and conflicts. And we are also very grateful that Geshe-la kindly accepted our request to speak during this retreat about understanding of nature of reality and to dedicate a special session to the dialogue between Buddhism and modern science. At Nalanda Foundation, we clearly remember Geshe-la's presentation at the first dialogue between Russian and Buddhist scholars, where leading neuroscientists from Russia also took part. Geshe-la's talk was truly one of the most inspiring presentations of the conference. And knowing the strong interest of our audience in the dialogue between Buddhism and science, we felt it was very important to ask Geshe-la to speak on the subject during the retreat. We sincerely wish all the participants 2 very meaningful, thought-provoking, and inspiring days of retreat together. Thank you very much. And without further delay, I ask Venerable Geshe-la to start the retreat.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Nadesha. Okay, am I audible? Am I audible? Okay. Thank you, Natasha, and thank you, Julia, the director of the Nalanda the Foundation, and all in the team. And we see that we have three main translators for the Russian. At the moment, we see Chechen Bai, and maybe this afternoon or tomorrow, Anadin Stumla will join us, and we also have Alexei La, and the Tatania, and many in the team. I really appreciate all the efforts. And so this is a short online retreat, and this has 4 sessions. And the first session at the moment, we're going to do a little bit of introduction to emptiness, why emptiness is required, why the wisdom of emptiness is required. And the second session is going to be on the little deeper into emptiness and its significance, the benefits, based on the 3 principal aspects of the path by Lama Tsongkhapa. And tomorrow, the first session will be science as Nadesha introduced, the comparative studies of the science, modern science, particularly physics and Buddhist philosophy. And then the last session is going to be a continuation on emptiness with the question answer session. And for the question answer, I suggest that if you have questions, rather than asking questions on the spot, if you can note down the questions and send them to the organizer, Nadesha, and the team, then they will segregate the questions, and depending on the availability of the time, we will do the questions answer. So ideally speaking, we are having about like half an hour for question answer, and the remaining time for the continuation on emptiness. Okay, so with this in mind, let me begin with the session. And so I came to learn that the participants here, we see that there are many from the Nalanda study program undertaken Tibet House, Delhi, and as Nadesha indicated, there's whole translation happening in Russian language, and there's whole Russian team, there's a group there studying the Nalanda studies. So this forms the major part of the audience. And then the second one is the Russians who are not a part of this course, but as somebody who openly being invited to this program, this group 2, and group 3, anybody from any part of the world who's interested in this retreat. So we see that people from different places, you're all welcome. So given that the audience is quite varied, divergent, let me make this talk beginning with something more empirical and something less technical, and then over time, depending on once in a while, we can have interactive interactions, and from there, then I can get some idea as to the level of the audience. Okay, having said this, what is so important for all of us, those who have been into the technical Buddhist studies, and there are many programs, not only Tibet House program, there are many programs all over the world on Buddhist philosophy. There are very good programs in different languages and in different institutions, different countries. So you have some background about this knowledge, and those of us who are totally new to these studies, to exploring the reality, to explore your own potential. So those who are totally new to this, for you this is going to be a quite the introduction, important for you, and those who are already exposed to these concepts, for you this is like a revision. And the first thing that we need to begin with is that whoever you are, whatever your ethnicity, gender, or your passion, whoever you are, or religion, what is important is that what am I seeking? What's the purpose of my life? What's the purpose of my life? What am I seeking? Some people may say that, oh, the purpose of my life is spirituality. And some say, no, spirituality is just rubbish, it's a garbage. Spirituality is a garbage, So where somebody goes into spirituality, then the person is more backward. So, no, spirituality is not my purpose of life. And some say, no, the spirituality is the purpose of life. And some say that, I want money. Money is the purpose of life. Some say, no, money is not the purpose of my life. Some say power is the purpose of life. Some say no, it's not a purpose. So we all have the right. Whatever you think is the purpose of life is your right. Nobody can object. But at the same time, finally, that what I usually share with people is that finally the benchmark is just see if you agree with or not. If you don't agree, don't worry. And if you agree, well, good. If not, don't worry. The benchmark of the purpose of life is that be kind to yourself and be wisely kind to yourself. This is the purpose of life. Be kind to yourself and be wisely kind to yourself. And on what basis I'm saying this is that 2008, His Holiness the Dalai Lama, when was invited to give a public address in Delhi University. Delhi University, which is the biggest university in India and perhaps in the world also, I'm not too sure about it. There, addressing the public, at the end of the address, in the questions session, one girl asked His Holiness, what is the purpose of life? Then His Holiness just without second thought, responded as follows. And just see again if you agree or don't agree. If you agree, well, good. If you don't agree, or if you think that, okay, this is something to be contemplated, of course, it is worth it to contemplate on this. So His Holiness responded that we live on hope. And to my surprise, this amazing the comprehension and conclusion that His Holiness drew, that we live on hope. Oh, by the way, for your information, I'm glad to inform you that Delhi we are having His Holiness since yesterday. So we are so happy that His Holiness is here in Delhi to bless the whole Delhi. This is so auspicious, and so I'm talking about His Holiness's advice. And then His Holiness is here, and very, very fortunate. And let's all pray for His Holiness. So He came here for the medical checkup, and people are so blessed that where we talk about what is known as the places which are energized. So people usually, some people call it as vibration. Whatever you may call it, there is a reality there. The place is energized. Place energized with the virtuous, positive energies. And where such enlightened beings are living Buddha, now here in Delhi, the place is energized. So that way, let's pray that His Holiness's all medical treatment turns out to be extremely healthy in our favor, in the favor of the humanity, in the favor of the world, in the favor of the future generations. They come to learn from His Holiness, universal compassion and wisdom. So, with this mind, I'm glad to share with you what His Holiness responded to the question asked by this girl at the end of the question asked at the end of the public address back in 2008. I think about like 18 years ago. So His Holiness said that we all live on hope, and you see that His Holiness presentations. Okay, His Holiness's presentations usually is very secular in nature. Secular meaning that it is something universal. His Holiness's message is for the world, so therefore it's so universal. Say we all live in hope. And how many agree with me? Yes, we all agree. Whether you are believer or non-believer, male, female, Okay, so His Holiness, his presentations is all universal, universally compassionate. So he said that we all live on hope, whatever gender, whatever ethnicity, whatever religion, whatever background, believer, non-believer, it doesn't matter. Everybody lives on hope. When hope is gone, when hope dies, the person doesn't really live for long. When hope dies. So we live in hope, and we hope for happiness. So His Holiness concluded by saying that the genuine happiness, let me repeat it, the genuine happiness is the purpose of life. So genuine happiness, happiness which I call as the be kind to yourself. Genuine, element of genuineness, genuine, be wisely kind to yourself. So this is what makes me to say that the purpose of life is, as His Holiness so beautifully captured, we live in hope and we hope for happiness. Therefore the genuine happiness is the purpose of life. This is how His Holiness puts it. So having said this, the next question is that you squeeze a handful of, let's say, squeeze a handful of sand, no oil comes out. But you squeeze a handful of sunflower seeds, oil does come out. What's the difference? What's the difference? Okay, when I ask these questions, of course, given that we only have like 4 sessions for this study retreat, therefore I may not really ask individuals to come with the answers. But when I ask these questions, you think and give your answer. And they say the answer that I give later, if you see these two tally, well and good. If not, you think why do you don't agree with me? It's perfectly all right. No, they agree. But when you don't agree, why don't you agree? Why don't you agree? Think. When you think, your intelligence is sharpened. So finally, we should grow. You should grow. I should grow. We all should grow. We should grow in your intelligence. We should grow to be intelligent enough to be happy, to be meaningfully happy, to be genuinely happy. So this is what we need to remember. Having said this, now squeezing a handful of sand, no oil comes out. Squeezing a handful of sunflower seeds, oil does come out. What's the difference? Where lies the difference? Okay, so the answer, I'm sure that you all will agree with me, that the oil, the sand does not have the potential for oil, whereas the sunflower seeds, it has qualities, it has potential for oil. So, and there's a difference. Now, if this is the case, then what we said that what is Holiness sees does have the potential for oil. Likewise, do we have the potential for the genuine happiness? This is the question. If we don't have it, there's no point. No point. Although we want something, but you can, for example, like say, let's say that I want to be the General Secretary of the UNO. I want to be the General Secretary of the UNO. Already say I'm 59 now, almost hitting 60, and that the General Secretary of the UNO requires lot of knowledge. I do not have that. So it is practically speaking, it's not possible. So although I wish, but simply because I wish doesn't mean that it should happen. Now we wish genuine happiness. Do we have the potential to attain that? This is a very serious question. And people who go through depression, people who go through anxiety, people who go through lack of confidence, people who go through overthinking, people who go through sadness. The question is that, can I really come out of this problem? This is a very serious question. I would say that if they, with you, with me, with your friends, or with your family members, if you do find people who go through these phases of one's life, like sadness, deep anguish, or dissatisfaction, or disturbance, and so forth, is there a way out? This is a question. So as I said earlier, no, simply because I squeeze a handful of the sunflower seeds, oil does come out. Then I see that I squeeze a handful of sand, thinking that they all should come out. No. For example, I'm sure that many of you had that experience. I don't know whether you have. It was like 20 years ago. 20 years ago, when the cards, now what is that? The money transaction, debit card, credit card, all these cards. So a mother and the child, and the child saw somebody going to the shopping mall and did a lot of shopping, and finally that person gave a card to the cashier, and the cashier took the card and just swiped it and then gave it back. And the card, there's nothing, card is not become smaller, same card. And the little boy was very amazed. Amazing. So little boy has the concept of shopping. But then you have to pay money. So this lady does not pay anything. She just showed the card, and somebody swiped the card, and the card was given back, and then you got everything. And he was so fascinated. Later on, when the mother took the child to the shopping, and the mother was asking the child, don't buy this, very expensive, don't buy this, very expensive, we don't have much money. And the child said, Mom, don't worry, do you have a card? You have the card. And she had the work card, job, workplace, ID card. Yes, I have this card. Yeah, Mom, you have the card. You can show this card, and the other person will just swipe it, and then you can take all these things. You don't have to worry. So the child does not know the difference between the office ID card and the bank card. Could not see the difference. Likewise, say, are we like the bank card, or we like the office ID card? Office ID card, no matter how much you swipe, it will not help you to do shopping, but the bank card does. Likewise, do we have the potential to acquire the genuine happiness? Do we have the potential that I can come out of the mental anxiety, problem, stress, and so forth? So now see what Charles Darwin has to say and what the Buddha has to say to this question. The question remains whether we are like the bank card, or when you go to do shopping, are we like the bank card or like the office card, ID card. Office ID card doesn't have the potential to make you do shopping, but the bank card does have. So likewise, which of the two we fall under which of the two categories? This is a very serious question, and we have to think it very seriously. Particularly, I would say that everyone, not only those people who are going through tough times, anytime we can go through difficulties. For example, like I'm talking about these things, and say, for example, when I was 5 years old, I was just a little boy, and whole life shattered when I lost my mother. So likewise, there were cases in your life, different phases of your life, where you go through difficult tragedies, difficult situations. It happens to anybody at any time, and no one is exempted. Whether you are the most powerful person, whether you're the richest person, or you are the celebrity with millions of followers, it doesn't matter. We all have to go through these processes. Extremely sad processes, the sad phase of life. How many of you agree with me? Raise hands. How many agree with me? Raise hands. Very good. So we agree with this. Then, as we study this, just see if it makes sense to you. Finally, this retreat is meant for our growth. For our growth, and to see if it helps you, it helps me to minimize our pains, to expand our happiness. At times we are trying to be kind to ourselves, but in reality we have been extremely unkind to ourselves. Why I'm saying this? For example, I'll give one example. Say, many years ago, perhaps 14 or 15 years ago, here in Delhi, in those days I used to read the physical newspapers. Now all the news come on your mobile. It's very easy, convenient. Those days we used to get the physical newspapers. Every morning I used to read the newspapers. And the one time, just there's small the news there. It was, I don't know what caught my eyes there. There was a young boy whose motorbike was accidentally hit by a bus in Delhi. Just lightly hit, not badly hit. And that too, he was not there. And the boy came back to see the bike having dent. He was so angry, infuriated, and then he came to know that it was the bus driver who hit it, and he was so angry, and his mother was also there, and he pulled the bus driver, and he started to beat the bus driver, and finally bus driver was killed. Okay, let's not forget this. And then what happened? That his motorbike, it could have been fixed within, like, say, Indian 2,000 rupees. I would say in dollars, American dollars, it can be like the $100 or $150. $100? No, not even $100. It's like $60. In $60, you can fix this problem. And look, what made this person, this young driver, the motorbike owner, when he was just pulling the bus driver, beating him and then killing him? What was the thought going in this boy's mind, this gentleman's mind? Was that, okay, I must destroy that person who was destroying my happiness. I should destroy that person who destroys my happiness, so that he will not destroy my happiness anymore in the future. This was going in his mind. So he was thinking to be kind to oneself by removing the factors, discordant factors, otherwise to hamper the happiness. Now what happened? Was it reality? Is this wise or unwise? Is it wisely being kind to yourself, or unwisely being unkind to yourself? Just see to the consequence. Then he went behind the bar. Behind the bar means that, just imagine, behind the bar for the next minimum 5-10 years minimum, and within 10 years how much he can earn. And then his mother also went behind the bars because of that, because the mother also supported the son. in beating the bus driver. A mother and son both behind the bus. So how much he lost? He lost a minimal 50, say the cost-wise, like 50 motorbikes. This motorbike problem can be fixed in just like $50. But now he lost all the many years of earning, and he had to suffer in the prison. His mother had to suffer in the prison for the next 10, 15 years. So look, this is, now you are not going through this problem. I'm not going through this problem. So we are in a very neutral state. If somebody were to ask you, is this wise or unwise? Everybody will say this is extremely unwise. Extremely unwise way of trying to make yourself happy. So this is where the person does not know. Otherwise, he could have the most ask the driver, okay, you fix this problem, fix this, fix my the motorbike, you repair it, and then it's fine. He doesn't have to go behind bars, and there is his motorbike will be the fixed, and then his years of earning, he doesn't have to go through miseries, and his mother doesn't have to go through the miseries and in prison, and all these many years. And or you can also ask the bus driver, okay, buy a new bike. Even that is nothing in comparison to what we had to go through. So this is an unwise approach. So each one of us, when we don't know how to take the right approach, for example, say this is amazing, say the wisdom, intelligence and the wisdom. Intelligence and driven by compassion, it makes the intelligence to become a wisdom. That is so precious. So therefore, information, correct information is so important. Correct information, complete information, and systematic information. Driven by, motivated by compassion. That will make this knowledge into wisdom. So, with this, what I'm saying is that now I want happiness. I don't want suffering, and I want to lead meaningfully, genuine. I want to have a genuine happiness. Do I have the potential? Can I attain that? And to make it very mechanical, or to make it very technical or computational, let me ask you, what percentage of happiness do you want? 10%? 20%, 50%, 80%, 90%, or 100%. Majority of you will say that, if possible, 100% happiness. 100% happiness is what I seek, if possible. And some of you may say, maybe 1 out of 100. May say that, oh, I want 90% is good, 10% suffering is good. 90% happiness, 10% suffering. So with the 10% suffering, I would appreciate my 90% of happiness. Some people say this. So usually jokingly I say that when it's in the form of a residential retreat programs, I say that for this person, no breakfast to appreciate the lunch and dinner. So when I say that, then everybody laughs. This is a practical to see how realistic the person is, rather than being idealistic. Okay, so the reality is that everybody, if possible, wants 100% happiness. No miseries. The next question is, can we attain that? Is it possible? This is the question. Is it possible? So always make sure that, one, maintain an open mind to learn different options. Meanwhile, don't follow blindly. Don't follow blindly. Say, I'm sharing these thoughts with you. Don't follow me blindly. Who am I? I'm just nothing. Even Buddha, don't follow blindly. What the Buddha taught, in fact, the Buddha himself encouraged us not to follow him blindly. This is very important. So what he said is that, okay, that was 2003, when I was in Cambridge University for a fellowship program there. I used to meet with many physicists, And particularly there was one physicist, I was meeting him, and he's exceptionally brilliant, but very difficult to talk to, because he's so brilliant that he can see mistakes in your conversation very easily, and he's also outspoken. He would say that there's internal contradiction there, and people did not dare to speak to him. So we had interaction, and at one point, what he said was that, okay, just listen. What he said was that in this world, only physics is education. Let me repeat it. He said, in this world, only physics is education. And I said, why? What makes you think that? Then he said, okay, look at the reasons that he gave. Whether you agree or not, it doesn't matter. Just listen. And then you say, if you agree, well and good. If you don't agree, you can ask questions. What kind of, what made you think like this? You can ask questions. Okay. So I asked him why. Why do you think that is only physics is education? So the justification that he gave is that because only physics allows you to have critical thinking. All others are imitation of the earlier teachers. Let me repeat it. He said, because it is only physics which allows you to have critical thinking. All others are imitation of the earlier teachers. Then I said, okay, wait, listen to what the Buddha has to say. Then I cited the Buddha. Buddha in a sutra said, the bhikshus and the wise people, let me repeat it, the bhikshus and the wise people, just as the goldsmith tests the purity of the gold by cutting, rubbing, and burning the gold, you should also examine my words and put them into practice, not simply because you respect me. And he remained silent for a few seconds. And he said, oh, the Buddha must have been a great physicist. Okay, so what I'm sharing with you is that this is the pragmatism. This is how practical the Buddha is. And in fact, the Buddha doesn't want us to follow him blindly. So, no room for blind faith. This is so important. It's about your well-being. It's about my well-being. It's about the well-being of your family members. So, one day, one lady who had been attending my classes, one morning she called me up and she said, Geshe-la, I want to give up Buddhism. I said, it's okay, it's your choice. And she said, I'm serious, I want to give up Buddhism. I said, okay, it's fine. And actually she was trying to provoke me, making me to ask why. And I didn't say why, I just say it's okay. And she said, I'm very serious. Then I realized that she's actually asking me to ask why. So I said, why? So she was very happy. She said that last 3 years I've been praying to Buddha, I've been praying to Tara. And then I said, so what was the prayer? And she said that my brother needs a job. And I prayed to Buddha, I prayed to Tara, please make sure that my brother gets a job. And then I told her that, okay, now I understand why you are a Buddhist, why you became a Buddhist, because you want a job for your brother. Then I told her that if you are hungry, don't become a Buddhist. If you are hungry, don't become a Buddhist, go to the kitchen. And if you are sick, don't become a Buddhist, go to hospital. If your brother wants a job, don't become a Buddhist. If your brother wants a job, don't become a Buddhist. Tell your brother, don't go to the pubs, don't go to the nightclubs. Instead, put effort in preparing for the competitive exams. Clear the exams and get a decent job and become a very powerful, influential person to make your sister very happy, to make all the family members very happy and proud of you. So this should be a message that advice that you have to give your brother. Simply by you becoming a Buddhist, thinking that Buddha will do some miracle, and your brother's always in the pubs, always in the nightclubs, he will never get a good, decent job. So therefore, this is the practicality. You plant a mango, plant a bitter gourd seed, and praying to Buddha, please, mangoes you grow. It'll never happen. It'll never happen. And some of you may think that, no, who knows? How can you be so confident that it will never happen? Miracles can happen. Okay, you may say like this. Some of you may think like this. Majority will agree with me. Some of you may think like this. Then I will come with a more radical example. If you pray to Buddha, if you pray to any god, goddesses, for 50 years, for 80 years, for 100 years, please make me a Nobel laureate in physics. Please make me a Nobel laureate in physics. If you don't study physics, you will never become a Nobel laureate in physics. 100% guaranteed. I'm sure that everybody is sensible enough to agree with me. How many agree with me, raise hands? If you pray to Buddha, if you pray to any god, goddess, please make me a Nobel laureate in physics. Without studying physics, make me become Nobel laureate in physics. Look at Albert Einstein. He's so popular, so famous. He's a Nobel laureate in physics. Let me also become a next Nobel laureate in physics. Please, please, please. I recite Om Mani Mani Mahaman, Om Mani Mani. You recite any mantra of any god, of any religion. 100% guaranteed you will become a Nobel laureate in physics. 100% guaranteed. Guaranteed. So therefore, if you really want to become a Nobel laureate in physics, what is the potential step? Study physics. Study physics. Without studying physics, it is like planting a bitter gourd seed and expecting mangoes to grow out of that. It's impossible. So this is the practicality where the Buddha encourages us not to follow blindly. So having said this, what Charles Darwin has to say and what the Buddha has to say on this, whether or not we can accomplish the 100% happiness, whether or not we can be elevated, we can be taken out of depression, anxiety, anguish, and mental disturbance, and so forth. Is it possible? So what are the responses? So tomorrow morning, the first session, out of the 4 sessions, tomorrow the 3rd session, I'm going to do on this comparative studies between modern science and Buddhist philosophy. So I will explain more on this. So today, to make it related to what we are trying to explore. So for Charles Darwin, 100% happiness is not possible. For Charles Darwin, it's not possible based on his evolutionary theory. And the human evolution. He explained about human evolution, and he explained about the instinctive natures of the emotions which developed over a span of the last 4 billion years since the time of the unicellular organism coming into the water on the planet Earth. 4 billion years. So from there till today, how the human beings evolved from the unicellular organism till what we are to the Homo sapiens. 4 billion years. Over the 4 billion years, he said this is these emotions of fear, which you don't like, anger, which you don't like. These are emotions which will be inherited as in the form of evolutionary gifts from 4 billion years ago till today. We cannot get rid of them. These are instincts. So this is the response by Charles Darwin, which means that we cannot be 100% happiness. It is not possible for us. Whereas the Buddha's answer is very different. Buddha said, of course, Charles Darwin, just about 19th century. Whereas the Buddha, 2,500 years ago. In other words, 500 or 600 BC. So, what the Buddha has to say, Buddha said that we all have the potential to get away from these anxiety, to get out of the mental stress. But the same externals, the factors, you can respond so positively, you can be filled with joy, happiness, ease. For example, one example that I usually give is that, say, a child age 3 or 4, just say the scribbled on the wall with a pencil, with a color pencil, different colors. So, and the mother and each one of us, we go there, how we react with the same stimulus, external factor, how we react is very different. For the mother, this is a painting of the child. And for us, this is dirty wall. When so this is dirty wall, what's the feeling? Very unpleasant feeling comes. When you say, oh, this is a painting of my child, what's the feeling? Very pleasant feeling comes. So, external factor per se doesn't decide whether you generate pleasant feeling or whether you generate unpleasant feeling within you. So, it's not external factor. External factor can be the same, but what is triggered within you? Pleasant feeling, feeling of victory, feeling of joy, feeling of happiness, ease, or feeling of stress, feeling of anxiety. It is all determined by your thinking, how you think. So potential, we all have the potential. So as I said earlier, we are not like a handful of sand. We are like a handful of sunflower seeds, squeezing which oil does come out. Everyone, male, female, it just doesn't matter. Or ethnicity doesn't matter. Religion doesn't matter. Everybody has his potential. That is known as the hidden treasure. This is what the Buddha said. And don't just believe in what the Buddha said. What the Buddha said, subject it to analysis. The way and the manner in which the Buddha advised us, subject them to analysis and try to get the conviction. Get a conviction. Once you are convinced, it becomes your knowledge. It is not a borrowed knowledge anymore. So you should make it your knowledge. Then once you are convinced, then you know how to proceed. You become such a wise person to really acquire what His Holiness calls as the genuine happiness. Okay, what is the mind? So in short, of course, this is more like a very what do you call it? Like a crash course, And if you feel that it makes sense, then it is worth it for each one of us to explore deeper, study more. And as in the Nadasha, in the opening page, she talked about the Nalanda studies. Brochure. So she talked about the Nalanda studies organized by Tibet House, and they are now available in Russian language, available in Hebrew, available in Ladakhi language, available in French language, available in Mandarin, Chinese language. So we try to make this available, and the people who are involved in each one of these, they made such a great contribution to spread happiness, to spread wisdom in the minds of the people. So I really congratulate, and should you be interested to know these, so what we are learning in a very brief points of these otherwise very broad subject, if you're interested, you can become a part of these. You can enroll in these programs, and you can contact the Nalanda Foundation, Russia, Moscow Nalanda Foundation. You can contact the Julia and the staff there, and they will help you. They'll help you to be introduced. So the point is that yes, the Buddha taught that we all have that potential. That potential is known as the hidden treasure. Technically speaking, this is known as Buddha nature. When it's Buddha nature, it doesn't mean Buddhism. Buddha is the Sanskrit word. It means awakening the hidden treasure. When we are asleep, then we are driven by very scary dreams. You wake up, you're free from the scary dreams. So you wake up, awakening. This is what in Sanskrit is known as Buddha. So Buddha nature means nature to be awakened awaken from the sleep of ignorance so that all miseries will be stopped. So the Buddha said that everyone has the potential to get away from this problem and to expand the maximum, the happiness which is holiness calls as the genuine happiness. We all have that potential. So our next job is to explore how true is this? How is it that this is a case? How do we know that I have the potential, you have the potential, your brother who is going through tension, depression, anxiety has a potential, that your sister who is going through depression, anxiety, anguish also has the potential to come out of this problem? How do you know this? So for this, you have to study you have to go into more detailed study of the teachings of Buddha. And as I said earlier, there are programs run by the foundation, Nalanda Foundation of the Moscow, and I truly appreciate the effort. And there's a whole team of translators, coordinators, and headed by Julia. It's amazing. I really congratulate this. And yes, this is amazing, very, very inspiring. So now the next is, if there is this potential, then it is like gold. It's like gold mixed with the mud. If you look at ourselves, we say, no, I don't see happiness. Forget about the infinite ease, infinite happiness, the genuine happiness. I don't see this within me. Life is so stressful, anxiety, very sad. Someday there's no hope. Now, how do you are saying, the Buddha is saying that I too have the potential. I too have the potential. But how do you know that? This is a very serious question. So, to make it very quick, let me share this with the help of the. So, with the help of a simple metaphor, a gold. Gold. The purpose of the gold is to glow. But when the gold is with the mud, the purpose is not seen, is not visible. The gold doesn't glow. If you see as a mud. And you may say that throw this is a mud. And the gold experts will say, don't throw this. This is so precious. So each one of us, we are like the gold mixed with the mud. Each one of us, we are like the gold mixed with the mud. And we think that I'm a hopeless person. Look at this person, hopeless person. Look at she's hopeless. Look at him, he is hopeless. But the Buddha is like the gold expert. Buddha is like the gold expert, says, no, don't throw. You are a gold. She's a gold. He's a gold. Everybody's a gold. But how do you know that it's just mud? I don't see any gold there. Then what will the Buddha do? Buddha will wash the mud, remove the mud. As the mud is removed more, then the gold inside will start to glow. So this is who we are, who you are, who I am. So we're all like this. So our job is, wow, that's amazing. It's extremely inspiring. Extremely inspiring, very hopeful. I too am like a gold. Yes, you are like gold. You are like gold. So now what should I do? Remove the mud. Remove the mud. Remove the mud. How to remove the mud? To know what to remove the mud, you have to know what this mud is. You have to know the mud. And the mud, so let me make it very quick. The mud, the Buddha identified that as the ignorance. Ignorance and the selfishness. Ignorance and selfishness, these are the two factors which make this gold obscured by the mud. The mud of the ignorance and the mud of the selfishness. These two obscure this beautiful, the glow of the gold stamps. But the gold is not removed, gold is still there. So what is our job? Our job is to remove the mud of the ignorance. Our job is to remove the mud of the selfishness. Okay, how to remove this? You remove this and the gold will glow. And this gold is very special gold. It's extremely, extremely precious gold, gold which is unparalleled in nature. And whatever you wish, this gold inside which you have, if manifested fully, if unraveled fully, this goal will guarantee that all the ease, what His Holiness calls as genuine happiness, it will be manifested. All the painful tears will be stopped. This amazing goal inside. So, how to let it manifest? Remove the dirt, remove the mud. Remove the mud of the ignorance, remove the mud of the selfishness. How to remove this? How to remove this? Just by praying it will not help. For example, physics. To know physics, oh Buddha, please give me the wisdom of Einstein so that I can know physics. It will never happen. You have to practice wisdom. Practice wisdom. In fact, the potential insight, potential that you have, and the potential manifested by Albert Einstein, this potential is same. Albert Einstein, with respect to physics, he has unraveled the ignorance. Remove the ignorance and unravel the potential to understand physics. Whereas in our case, the potential to understand physics, to know relativity theory, to know quantum mechanics. So this potential, they are not unraveled yet. They are still obscured by the dirt. How to remove the dirt? Keep learning physics. Likewise, ignorance. How to remove the ignorance? Ignorance, by the very definition, is mental defilement. Ignorance is the mental state whose apprehension of the object does not tally with the reality. This is ignorance. What is ignorance? Ignorance is a mental state or mental factor whose apprehension of the object does not tally with the reality. So, if this ignorance, what should we do to remove the ignorance? So, my question to, if you ask this question to me, how to remove this ignorance? Then I will come up with my question, another question back to you. My question to you is, if there is darkness, how do we get rid of the darkness? Introduce light. This would be your answer. How many agree with me? Raise hands. If I'm in dark, I want to read books. What should you do? So just imagine that as okay, so if you want to read books, what should you introduce light? This is your answer. Likewise, it's just as to remove the ignorance, we need to introduce the light. It's only through introducing the light of the wisdom that the darkness of ignorance can be eradicated. Let me repeat it. Just as it is only through introducing the light that the darkness can be eradicated for you to read books, likewise it is only through introducing the light of the wisdom that the darkness of ignorance can be eradicated. This is the only way. This is the only way. And Buddha came to teach us what this wisdom, the light of the wisdom is. Buddha did not come to instill the wisdom, take out his wisdom and give it to us. No. Buddha came to teach us how to ignite this wisdom. So the Buddha taught, Buddhas do not watch the negativities of beings. Say, if ever you see that, oh, I have so much a problem, I have this mental defilement, Buddha, please do some miracle that my miracles will be removed, my problems will be removed. If this is what the Buddha can do, or if this can be done by any god, goddesses, today nobody should be suffering. Nobody should be suffering. The fact that people are still suffering is a clear indication that the Buddha and God, goddesses, nobody has the power to remove your miseries like this. If they have that power, they have the universal compassion. They love everyone. Why should they leave people to suffer? They will not let it happen. They will not let it happen. So the fact is that the Buddha said, Buddhas do not watch the negativities of beings, nor does he remove the miseries with his hands, like the thorn. Then your mother comes and removes the thorn like this. Buddha cannot do that. Nobody can do that, in fact. And nor do the Buddhas transfer their spiritual realizations in the beings. They cannot do that. If this is what he can do, nobody should be suffering now. Nobody should be suffering now. If you see anybody claim that, oh, somebody can transfer spiritual realization in you, This is fraud. It's not true. Because if this is the case, nobody should be suffering now. Everybody should have the full wisdom to remove the miseries without having to go through the problems. So, the Buddha said that no do the Buddhas they transfer the spiritual realizations onto them. It is only through teaching the truth of the suchness that the beings are liberated. Meaning that it is only through teaching the reality, the truth, that the miseries will be removed. So, what is that wisdom? The Buddha is there to teach us how to cultivate the wisdom. And in the first place, what is wisdom? Wisdom is a discerning mind. Wisdom is a discerning mind whose apprehension of the object tallies with the reality. That is wisdom. Wisdom is a discerning mind whose apprehension of the object tallies with reality. What's your question next? What's the reality? What's the reality? Okay, so reality, the Buddha taught various levels of the reality. Various levels of the reality, ranging from very gross to the subtlest. What is grossest? What is the gross one? Gross ones, like for example, say that the remember. Okay, let's say that the somebody hears a sad news of the mother's illness, and little child is not performing well in the school. He is distracted, she's distracted, always thinking about the mother, feeling so sad over the mother's illness. And the teacher, okay, if you are the teacher, or if you are the school principal, knowing about the little child's problem, and then the teacher was trying to help the child, and the teacher thought that, oh, this boy, this little child earlier the child used to be very attentive. Now what happened? He felt so sad, distracted. What happened? And then the teacher requests other students to also try to give company to the child. And do you think that, or you give the child some extra chocolates? Do you think that this will remove the child's problem? No. Because the child problem is not because he does not have chocolate to eat. Child problem is not because that there's no companions. Because of something else. You have to identify the problem and fix it. How many agree with me? Raise hands. This is very important. For the child, is that the child, he or she, could not give attention. Mind is distracted and sad, does not feel like eating anything, could not sleep. Not because that there's no food to eat, not because there's no bed to sleep, but it's because something else. Unless that problem is solved, no matter what you do, the child will continue to suffer. How many agree with me? Raise hands. This is very important. This is very important. Very important. So therefore, the Buddha taught that all our problems are rooted to the ignorance, not knowing the reality. And if you do something else, it will not help. So what should you do? You should remove this ignorance. So only if you are able to say that, only if you are able to support the child's mother, and they make the mother recover very quickly. Mother is recovered, and share this news to the child. The very moment the child is freed from this mental anxiety, stress, and child will be fully focused, and whatever he eats, she eats, will be so delicious, and would have a sound sleep, and everything is resolved. The moment he or she comes to know that my mother has recovered fully. So we have to know the precise reason. What is the cause of the suffering? What's the cause of suffering? So, by knowing the cause of suffering precisely and removing that, that is the most wise approach to heal yourself. So, if you be able to fix this problem of the ignorance and to fix the problem of the selfishness, all unnecessary mental problems, anxiety, anguish, stress, depression, restlessness, or sadness, This all will automatically disappear. This is so important. This is so important. So the next question is the reality. So this reality, to know that, oh, my mother is recovered now, is a reality. It's a reality. But mother can again become sick. It is temporary. Each one of us, we are healthy now and we can become sick any time. This is reality. So although one realizes the reality, but that reality is a gross reality. There can be subtler realities. What is the subtlest of the reality? Knowing of which all your problems will be stopped. That is the question. So the subtlest of the reality, knowing which all our problems will be stopped, is, okay, this is going to be again part of the crash course. It requires extensive studies, but here, you make it very quick. It's like all the problems. Just imagine that you are fast asleep and you dream of your mother being sick and your mother recovers, and again after a few days now mother becomes sick. So it's the problems. This is the life. So for example, today you're hungry, you eat something and your hunger goes away. It doesn't mean that you eat the food and your hunger goes away altogether. Tomorrow again you will become hungry, or evening you will become hungry. So the problems come back. But there's one thing where you are able to deal with this and the problems will stop altogether, completely, will not recur anymore. What is that? So all the problems, they are like the problems in the dream. In the dream. So, say in the dream, if you see your mother is sick, and then you go there, help her, take her to the hospital, and then mother gets well. Again after a few days, again the mother becomes sick. Okay, how many you have, you know this intellectually, experientially, how many you had that experience? Yourself becoming sick, and then recovered for a few days, again becoming sick, again they recovered for a few days, becoming sick, or like your mother, your dad, your brother, sister, your friends, and so forth. How many you know about these? This is a reality, raise hands. This is a reality. Yes. Okay. Somebody becomes well for 10 days, 15 days, again becomes sick for a few days, again recover, healthy for a few days, very jovial, happy, again becomes sick. Yeah, it is what we see. Now, if this problem, you see that, what do you treat? The problems that you solve is all like treatment. For example, you have a headache. You take paracetamol, you take Tylenol, and the headache goes away temporarily for 2 hours or 3 hours. Again it comes back. Again you take the next paracetamol or the next Tylenol. And some smart people will feel tired. I'm now fed up or tired of taking the paracetamols over and over again. What will they do? They will try to have a proper checkup to see why this headache is recurring, why this is happening, why it's recurring. They will check it and come to diagnose that this is because of tuberculosis. Until the tuberculosis fixed, this headache will not go away altogether. Okay, how many agree with me, raise hands? Good. So tuberculosis is fixed, that headache coming from tuberculosis is fixed for good. So likewise, all these problems in the dream, you wake up, and all the problems, recurring problems in the dream will all stop. So that is the wisdom to wake up from the sleep of ignorance. When you wake up from the sleep of ignorance, then that is the ultimate solution, where you will not go back, where you will not relapse into the same problem ever again. This is known as a complete freedom from all miseries. Okay, so for this, okay, for this the question is that, okay, that's interesting. So from the conventional dream, we wake up every day, But the Buddha said that just as you are freed from the conventional dream, all that happens in the conventional dream, you're freed when you wake up. Only when you wake up, you're freed from this, all what is happening in the conventional dream. Likewise, the Buddha taught everything in the world, they're like the game, they're like the dream. Everything happening in the world is like a dream. The kind of the stress that we're going through is also like a dream. But simply by saying that, oh, everything's like a dream, will not help you. You have to know how everything is like a dream. You have to know how everything is like a dream. It's not that easy. But even though it is not easy, but if you get it, this is the ultimate solution. And some people, they say that, oh, it takes long time. It takes long time. Yes, it takes long time. And it's not that easy. So, for example, it is like surgery. You have, say, some tumor in your body, and the doctor says the only solution is to go for surgery, open heart surgery. This is the only way. Then under normal situation, we don't even want somebody to prick your hand with a needle. But if the need be, you might have to even go through open heart surgery, where your whole body is cut into pieces. Even that, by doing this, if it helps, you have to do this. You have to do that. So likewise, although it is not that easy, it'll take time, but this is the wisest thing that we can do. And the good news is that although it is not that easy, it'll take time, but the process of getting into this is extremely beautiful. And extremely fulfilling, this process of learning about emptiness. Initially, it can be a little tough, and once you get into the flow of this, it's so beautiful, and you have a sense of fulfillment. Wow, this is amazing. This is the greatest thing that I can think of, which has the potential to give rise to bodhicitta, universal compassion, my own happiness, ease, and my miseries just continue to be mitigated and eventually rooted out fully. So this is what the Buddha taught. So with this in mind, the next is that how do we know that everything's like a dream? This next question. So all along these discourses, whatever suggests that whatever questions that come to you, whatever questions that come to you, whatever questions that come to me, and in my lifelong journey of this, I had many questions, and I kept asking these questions to my teachers. So likewise, in your case, if you have any questions, you must continue. Don't resist your questions. You must learn how to articulate your questions. This is very important. How to articulate your questions. What does mean the articulation of questions? Where it involves, your question involves the economy of words. Where it involves economy of words, less number of words, and the meanings very clearly explained, succinctly explained. This is known as the articulation of your questions. This is what we need to learn. Number one. So with this, don't resist whatever question that you have. Sometimes some of the questions may turn out as so like blasphemous in nature. Blasphemy in nature, it doesn't matter. Don't be scared. But I would say that you're asking the question to somebody else. You're not asking it to a Buddha. If you're asking to a Buddha, Buddha will embrace you no matter what your motivation. But if your motivation is just to be very cynical, or just to insult, and so forth, then if the other person sensing that your motivation is not pure, that person may not be keen to give the answers. Whereas, and of course it depends on the individual. Some they don't mind. Even though your motivation is impure, it doesn't matter. But some people, yes, it does matter. So therefore, finally, it's not for us to be insulting somebody else, but it is for us to grow ourselves, for your well-being, for the well-being of others. This should be a motivation. So with this in mind, even though the question you may think that this question can be little, let's say the other person may take it as personally or as very insulting. No, don't worry. As long as your mind is pure, you can ask any question. You can ask any question. Don't resist your questions. This is very important. And for those of us from Nalanda Studies, undertaking of Tibet House, and in collaboration with Nalanda Foundation, Russia, Nalanda Foundation, if you have any question, you send them in written, and then the senior students are there to respond to your questions, and there are people to help you with your questions. So never resist questions. This is very important. So with this in mind, the question is that how do we know that everything is like a dream? This next question. So with this, the next thing that we need to learn is that yes, how do we know that everything is like a dream? Number one. Number two, if we know that everything is like a dream, how does it help? So we need to learn how to articulate your questions. If we know that everything is like a dream, how does it help? How does it help? And in the first place, how do we know that everything is like a dream? This question. So for that, let me quickly share with you the first. First, if you know that everything is like a dream, what is the benefit? The benefit that I mentioned earlier, which the Buddha taught, which I am now paraphrasing, is that the benefit is that all your misery, stress, anxiety will be stopped. This is a benefit. In other words, all the stress that you have, anxiety, anguish, sadness, all these will stop. This amazing gift for us. Amazing. Then the question, meanwhile, what I would suggest is that just see that you learn about emptiness, you learn about bodhicitta, you learn about these techniques. It's not working. It doesn't help me. I don't feel this benefit. Yes, you can come across any questions. Whatever questions. Sometimes I fully agree with what you said. Say things are all like dream. Yes, I agree with this. I learned for many years. And then they say they're all like dreams. Yes. And I know that if this happens, but in actuality, in my case, it doesn't happen. So what's wrong with me? Even that you can ask. You can ask anything of such sorts, any question that comes to your mind. For sometimes we talk about the same, that the parents, one advice parents give to the children is, hey, study well, don't waste too much time on Instagram, don't waste too much time on your WhatsApp, Facebook, and so forth. Study well. Yes, I know if you study well, then there's so much benefit. What benefit? Then you will really become an engineer, you become a brilliant engineer, you become a poet, you become a brilliant poet, you become the bureaucrat, you can be a shining bureaucrat, or whatever. So business, a shining business, and so forth. Oh yeah, that's amazing. Yes, Mom, I'll do that. But again, you are after the Instagram, Facebook, Reels, and so forth. And then the exam comes, and you hardly pass the exam. And mother tell you, I told you yes right from the beginning. If you study well, your outcome will be better. Yeah, Mom, I'm very sorry. It's my laziness for you too. If you have this issue, this also you should bring it up. If this is the issue, you know what should be the right thing, but you cannot do that. Where am I going wrong? Again, this is another thing that you have to bring this up. You have to bring this up. Say not just with one person. With one person may give you some answer, and the answer may not resonate with your thinking. You may ask the second person, third person, but not to any what is that? In English. Not every take Dom David Harry, right? But to somebody who actually knows, who is into this area, who knows and who practices this. Somebody who practices this, and you can see that there is some degree of gravity of the benefit this person actually acquired within a span of time. That, okay, I can see that. So somebody who is learned and experienced in this journey. So that is something that we do. So with this in mind, let me share with you what is the first thing that we need to have is that we need to have the intellectual knowledge. Once you have the intellectual knowledge, then you have to, you and me, it's not just you and me both, whatever we learned, this becomes a borrowed knowledge. This becomes a borrowed knowledge. And borrowed knowledge is known as the wisdom derived through learning. We learn these things, but you are not convinced. Conviction is not born in us. For example, I learned E equals mc square. E equals mc square. This is what I learned when I was 17 years old boy. And still, it's not that I've gained conviction in this, because I did not remember, I don't remember having done derivation of this equation in physics. So I know this equation, but I don't know how it is derived. It's just a borrowed knowledge. If somebody tells me that was the famous equation of Albert Einstein, I would say E equals mc square. Are you convinced of this? I said, no, I'm not convinced. I don't have the conviction. I don't have the conviction because I'm not involved in deriving this equation. So, number two is to gain conviction. To get conviction, the moment you get it, you get a conviction, it becomes your knowledge. It is no more a borrowed knowledge. It is your own knowledge. For example, like we live on house rent. We live on house rent. It's not a house. And over time, somebody, let's say your father, your mother, your husband, your brother, your daughter, your children, or somebody buys this house for you and give it to you. Now it's your house. Now it's no more a rented house. It's your own house. So likewise, knowledge. First, it is a borrowed knowledge. Then make it your own knowledge. So the moment it becomes your knowledge, this is known as the wisdom derived through reflection. Wisdom derived through reflection. First one is wisdom derived through learning. Second one is wisdom derived through reflection. Then wisdom derived through reflection, whatever conviction that is gained, wow, that's amazing. Everything's like a dream. There's nothing there really there as so intrinsic, so objectively there. It's just the play of my mind. We're convinced that with this, still it does not transform your emotions. Of course it is a fact. You can see the joy. You can see that great degree of your emotions are under control, but not fully controlled. For that to be effective, to fully control the emotions, just see how the emotions are so fast, so intense, so fast and intense. Likewise, this wisdom, we should make it so fast and so intense. For example, if I give you mathematics problems, you will give the answer. If I give you time, you will give the answer. But if I say mathematical problem and I give you only 2 minutes, you cannot give the answer because your mind does not work fast. Whereas the negative emotions, they are so fast. How many agree with me, raise hands? You see the cheesecake and instantly attachment arises. Instantly. Oh, should I feel attached to the cheesecake or not? You not think like that. It's instant. So fast. For example, somebody says, you stupid. Dorji, you're a stupid boy. You're a stupid man. Right? Or you're a stupid girl. Somebody says this. Then will you ask, hey, mom, should I become angry? He's saying that I'm stupid. Should I become angry? No. You have no time to think. It's so instinctive, so fast. So fast and high quality. High quality. You're getting it? So anger is high quality and so fast. Amazing. Whereas wisdom, there's no quality. There's no quality. And it's very slow. And hey, do it faster. No, No, wisdom is not, it doesn't work like this. It is slow. You're getting it? So wisdom is slow and there's no quality there. There's no quality there. Whereas the anger, attachment, jealousy, these emotions, they are such intense. There's intensity there and it's so fast. It's amazingly fast. So we have to make the wisdom fast and intense. How to make it fast and intense? You have to constantly practice this, constantly practice this. This is the only way. So, with this mind, wow, this is amazing. So we see that in order to bring about transformation, to remove the mental dirt of ignorance and the selfishness, so the gold inside will manifest. The glow of the gold will manifest, that you are not affected by any external factors. Your mind becomes extremely peaceful, happy, all the painful tears stop completely. So for that matter, we need to have this wisdom to counteract the ignorance and the selfishness. That wisdom to counteract this should be extremely fast and extremely intense and strong. How to make it happen? First, we have to have the conviction in this. That is wisdom derived through reflection. To gain conviction in this, you need to have the proper learning. We have to know what it is. So wisdom derived through learning. Learning with correct information, complete information, and systematic information. That's required. This is the only way. I'm repeating this. This is the only way. There's no shortcut. There's no quick fix. This is the only way by which how to fix our own problem. This is the only way. And the Buddha is there to bless us, to help us. But some of you may feel that, some of us may feel that, oh, then it's a very long journey. Okay, the good news. The good news is that they say if you're on the aeroplane for the first time and your brother or your sister tells you that this aeroplane, the speed is 900 kilometers per hour, or in some cases like 1000 kilometers per hour. Of course, keeping aside the specialized jets, keeping them aside, commercial flights is usually 800, 900, maximum 1000 kilometers per hour. This is what it is. And you're so excited because you are in car usually 60 kilometers per hour, 80 kilometers per hour, in some countries 100 kilometers per hour, highway 120 kilometers per hour. This is what it is. And now you wow, this airplane is like 1000 kilometers per hour. This is amazing. You are so excited. And then when the aeroplane actually starts to move, how does it move? There's a cart pushing the aeroplane backward. Aeroplane cannot back itself on its own. So it needs help of a cart, a small cart, to push it, put it in the track. Once put in the track, then airplane starts to move. 1 kilometer per hour. Forget about 1000 kilometers. 1 kilometer per hour. Tick tick, tick tick, tick tick. So the good news is that 1 kilometer per hour. How this huge metallic work, the engine machine. 1000 kilometers. Look at this. It's just 1 kilometer per hour, 2 kilometers per hour. Don't worry. Wait. Be patient. You wait it. And then it moves like 10 kilometers, 100 kilometers, 200 kilometers, 300 kilometers per hour. Then it will fly, take off. It takes off. It takes off, and then in the air, then it keeps accelerating. 400, 500, 600, and at the peak, like 1000 kilometers per hour. Then you will be fascinated. So these journeys are extremely beautiful journey. Although it looks like, it's a very tedious work and long but time taking and difficult. No, it's a very beautiful journey. It's a very beautiful journey, very fulfilling journey. Even the glimpse of this, let alone the profound experience, even the glimpse is so beautiful. It'll make us smile. It'll make us just glow with joy. This is so important. So with having said this, that the next is If I know that everything's like dream, how does it benefit? Okay, let me share with you. For this, we need to remember 3 points. 2 sets of 3 points. 2 sets of 3 points. First, same, how we suffer in samsara, our suffering. How we suffer in samsara, I give the metaphor of the dream. So there are 3 points there. Then how we can come out of this, come out of the pains of samsara, come out of the dream. Again 3 points. So 2 sets of 3 points. 3 points in dream, 3 points out of the dream. Okay, the first, my question, so I'm asking you a question and you give me the response. Okay, the first one is that the seeing the dream as real, seeing the dream as real is ignorance or wisdom. Is ignorance. Seeing the dream as real is ignorance. How many agree with me? Raise hands. Seeing the dream as real is ignorance. Point number 1. Okay, good. First set of the 3, from the first set of 3, the first point is seeing the dream as real. This is ignorance. Number 2, this seeing the dream as real happens in the dream or outside the dream. Let me repeat it. Seeing the dream as real happens in the dream or outside the dream. Seeing the dream as real happens in the dream. Raise hands. Seeing the dream as real is ignorance and it happens in the dream. Raise hands while you're dreaming. Very good. That is number 2. Number 3. What's the outcome of this? For example, you dreamed of a ghost chasing you. By the way, how many of you dreamt of a ghost chasing you, or some wild animals chasing you, or some robbers, your enemies chasing you in your dream? Once in a while, raise hands. How many such dreams? Very, very extremely scary dreams. Raise hands. We all have these dreams. There may be one or two out of thousands who never had dream in their lives. But majority, we have such very scary dreams. In one way or the other, scary dreams. Okay. So say, the first point is, seeing the dream as real is ignorance or wisdom. If possible, try to note them down. Note the points down. Later on, this will be extremely useful for you in your contemplation. And then the clarity comes. When the clarity comes, there's the ease that comes to your mind. This ease will drive you further to go deeper into this. Okay, the first question is that seeing the dream as real, is it ignorance or wisdom? First question. Answer is, this is ignorance. Number 2, seeing the dream as real, does it happen in the dream or outside the dream? It happens in the dream. Number 2. Number 3, what is the outcome of this? Seeing the dream goes as real. What's the outcome? Outcome as fear. Outcome is fear. How many agree with me? Raise hands. And while it is not the real ghost, but there's a fear there, because you don't want to have this dream, but you don't have the freedom to choose freedom. You don't have the freedom to choose the dream. So it's the fear plus the lack of freedom. The dream, by the very definition of dream, means you don't have the freedom to choose a dream. Okay, how many you want to have a pleasant dream tonight? Raise hands. How many you like to have a pleasant dream tonight? Raise hands. We all like to have a pleasant dream tonight. Okay, how many you will have pleasant dream tonight? Raise hands. How many you will have pleasant dream tonight? Why not? Why not? Why you are not going to have the pleasant dream tonight? Why not? Because I don't have the freedom to choose the dream. Raise hands. Because I don't have freedom to choose the dream. So therefore the dream means no freedom. No freedom is misery. So say, the gross example that I can give is the dream of the ghost. Ramyala. So the gross example that I can give is the dream of a ghost. Dream of a ghost and dream of the ghost, which everybody will agree with me. Yes, I don't like this. This is a very unpleasant feeling. I don't like this. Okay. The next one is, then some people may say that, but the dream, there can be pleasant dreams also. It's not always negative, but pleasant dreams also. But even with a pleasant dream, there's a problem. Even with the pleasant dreams, there's a problem. The problem is the problem of not having the freedom to choose the dream. This is a problem which is universal in all the dreams. So lack of freedom. Lack of freedom is misery, and misery is samsara. Lack of freedom. And how many of you like to have lack of freedom? Raise hands. How many of you like to have the lack of freedom? How many don't like to have the lack of freedom? Raise hands. How many don't like to have lack of freedom? How many of you like freedom? How do you like freedom? Okay. We all want freedom. Let me give you a simple example. Say you are somebody who you're always watching television. You're always watching television. You are addicted to watching television. Suddenly your younger brother comes, or little brother who's a young boy comes, and he takes the remote control and keeps the remote control with him for the next whole day. Are you happy? Not happy? You're not happy. Why not? Do you know why not? Yes.
Gisela, I won't able to watch. I want to watch.
So, because if he gives the remote control, then I don't have the freedom to watch the channel which I want to. How many agree with Donna? Raise hands. Okay, we all agree. Thank you. So, which means that we don't have the freedom. So, lack of freedom is what is considered as misery by everyone. This is misery. So, for example, say the dream ghost of a dream ghost. Nobody wants it. Nobody wants to have the dream of a ghost, because with this I don't want the fear. But the moment it comes, then I don't have the freedom not to have the fear. Again, there's a lack of freedom. So all miseries can all be subsumed in the aspect of the lack of freedom. If somebody would ask you, what exactly is misery? What exactly is samsara? What exactly is suffering? Just make it one line. Say, lack of freedom. Full stop. That explains everything of what is samsara, what is misery, and what is the suffering. Okay, so with this first set we're done. What we said is in the first set with respect to how we suffer in samsara. For example, like say, so for no reason, sometimes, of course, oftentimes there are reasons, people creating problem on you. Or maybe you are the one creating problem on others, and people respond. People respond negatively, and then you think that other people, they are creating problem on you. This is what we think. But yes, they are the factors, triggers, which trigger the anxiety, anguish, problems within us, sadness, mental disturbance. Yes, it happens to us. But sometimes we may feel that there's no reason, still deep sense of sadness, gloominess happens to us. For example, like once in a while, when you get up in the morning from your bed, you get up, for no reason you feel so low, sad. From deep inside, there's a deep feeling of sadness. Whole world looks so gloomy. How many had that experience? Raise hands. Once in a while. Okay, how many had that experience? Okay. In fact, the first time when I had this, yes, when I was in school days, when I was a teenager, I used to have these feelings. And then in my 20s, once in a while, it happens. I was so confused. So when I was going through the phase of my life, where so just get up and you feel so low, sad, for no reason. I would say for no obvious reason. The reason is there, but I was not aware of what the reason is. It can be from my past life, we never know. Or it can be from this life when I was a little boy. So there can be multiple reasons, and yet I'm unaware of these reasons. So what I'm saying is that we have these experiences, and these experiences are extremely, I would describe that as the ugly and obnoxious. I don't want to go through these experiences. And sometimes the fear, so acute fear, acute fear. Yes, I'm the same. Where we are in samsara, where we in the dream, how many agree with me that in dream, how many acute fear, the mere thought of this, I don't want to have it ever again. Raise hands. Such a scary dreams. Okay. And within this, the domain of the fear, there are some of which are classified as extreme fear. And very scary. Yes, I did have these experiences also myself. Extremely scary. Wow. So the Buddha talked about hell realm. Hell realm is there, is real. So when I go through the very scary dreams, yes, hell realms. Yes, I have other scary dreams like ghosts chasing us and so forth. These are nothing in comparison with some where there's full physiological disturbance happening within your being. And you wake up, you are sweating, and your heart is palpitating. It's very scary. So these things can happen to us, to any one of us, at any time. It's very scary. So this is why this is known as, and the moment you wake up, you feel relieved. Okay, so why? Why? Because we see that this is not real, this all dream is not real. Okay, this is one set, the first set of the three. Let me repeat it. First, seeing the dream as real. This is ignorance or wisdom. Answer is that it is ignorance, number one. Number two, it happens where? In the dream or when you wake up? Number two, it happens in the dream, number two. Number three, what is the outcome? Outcome is fear, which I don't like, or the outcome is lack of freedom. I don't want this. Outcome is fear, outcome is lack of freedom. So lack of freedom is actually, fear is nothing, lack of freedom. Lack of freedom and fear. This is one set. Now the next, if you don't want this, how to come out of this problem? Then the Buddha gave us this solution. Buddha taught us the solution. What's the solution? The first, three sets. No, sorry, set of 3 points. The first point with respect to the solution. One, seeing the dream as not real. Seeing the dream as not real. Seeing the dream as subjective. Subjective means it's pure come from your mind, not real from the object. Seeing the dream as subjective. Seeing the dream as not objective, not from the object, not real, not objectively real. Okay, seeing the dream as not objectively real. Not means empty. Seeing the dream as empty of objective reality. Okay, this is wisdom or ignorance? This is wisdom. Raise hands. This is wisdom. Seeing the dream as empty of being objectively real. This is wisdom. Raise hands. Number one. Number two, seeing the dream as empty of objective real happens in the dream or waking up, upon waking up. When? It happens in the waking up, when you wake up. It happens in the waking state. Raise hands. It happens in the waking state. Very good. Number two. Number three, what is the outcome? Outcome is your fears in the dream dissolves. Your fear in the dream dissolves. Okay, so if you think of these two, if you contemplate on these two sets of the 3 points each, we see that, wow, that's amazing. So, where I'm in the dream, then these 3 points, which are responsible for creating the fear, lack of freedom, happens. And if you wake up, then the 3 points in the dream, they're reversed. And the outcome is the fear dissolves. The fear is they're reversed, and the fear dissolves. This is what the Buddha referred to as the transcending sorrow is absolute peace. Transcending sorrow is absolute peace. And many people who are very naive, who do not study the Buddha's teaching so well, who do not know the Buddha's teaching so well, just vaguely hear something, oh, this is what the Buddha taught here and there. So they thought that, oh, Buddha always talks of samsara, Buddha always talks the suffering. Buddha says everything is suffering, everything is impermanent. This is our naivety. It's not true. This is just that is the exhibit of your own naivety. Because the Buddha taught there's suffering, you can get over this suffering. Once you get over this suffering, this is known as transcendence of sorrow. All the sorrows are transcended, and you're experiencing pure the bliss of the freedom. You get the pure bliss of the freedom. This is what you experience. This is what the Buddha taught. So, considering these 2 factors, when you think about these at the set of the 3 points, which pertains to the miseries, wow, that's true. This is how the miseries ensue. And now you want to reverse this train to go to the other set, the set of the 3 points with respect to the freedom from miseries. You think of these, wow, that's amazing. Wow, that's very hopeful. Okay, now if this is the case, what would be the next question? Next question would be, how should I wake up from the sleep of ignorance? This next question. How should I wake up from the sleep of ignorance? Okay, so for this, let me quickly share with you, saying, in the dream, you see a flower. When you wake up, you see a flower. Tell me what's the difference between these 2 flowers? Anyone? Okay, now, anyone? Tell me the difference between these 2 flowers. One is the flower that you see in the dream, and the flower that you see in the waking state. What is the difference between the 2? Anyone? Quick. Okay, Tenzin Losella.
Yes, Geshe-la, good afternoon. The flower in the dream is purely subjective, and the flower which we see, which is in your hand, is purely objective, Geshe-la.
Okay, so what the Tenzin Losella is saying is that the flower in the dream is purely subjective, coming from your mind, and flower in the waking state is objective. How many agree with that Tenzin Losella presents? We all agree. Now, this is so important. So here, Tenzin Losella rightly took us to the concept known as objective, subjective. The flower in the dream is purely subjective. The flower in my hand now is objective. So, we're introduced to the concept known as objective and subjective. This is a very important concept, extremely important concept. Now, in this connection, so when I say that, for example, let's say this flower is lying next to you. This flower is lying next to you, and then I come and say that, okay, this flower is mine. This flower is mine. If I say this, versus I come to you and say that this flower is not yours, right? Okay, which of the 2 is more offensive to you? Anyone? Which of the 2 is more offensive? One is that, oh, this flower is mine. And the other way, this flower is not yours. Which is more offensive? Quick. Okay, the second one, Sri Domala said, second one is more offensive. How many agree with Sri Domala's hands? It's not yours. It's all like you have stolen this. It's not yours. It's very offensive. But in actuality, these 2 mean the same. How many agree with me? Raise hands. So this is known as diplomacy. This is known as diplomacy. Very diplomatic way of saying things which convey the same meaning but in a less offensive way. So likewise, this flower is mine versus this flower is not yours. Likewise, this flower is subjective versus this flower is not objective. This was same. How many agree with me? Raise hands. This flower is subjective means this flower is not objective. Raise hands. Very good. Okay. So with this, now let's say that this flower is subjective. This flower, dream flower, is subjective means this flower is not objective. Not object, not means empty. Not. There's no water in the mug. The mug is empty, empty of water. So not means empty, is nil. So when you say the flower is not objective, dream flower is not objective means this dream flower is empty of objective existence. Okay, how many agree with me? Raise hands. So with this, what we are introduced to here is that the Buddha taught not only the dream flower is subjective, everything is subjective. Everything is like dream. Everything is like dream. So, what do you mean by everything is like dream? Just as the dream flower is subjective, everything is subjective. This is the meaning of everything is like dream. Let me repeat it. So the Buddha taught, just as you see the dream goes as subjective, likewise everything is subjective. Everything is like dream. What do you mean by everything is like dream? Just as, for example, the dream ghost is just a dream, which means dream ghost is subjective. Likewise, everything is like dream, meaning everything is subjective. Everything subjective means everything is empty of objective reality. So, in Buddhist teachings, there is vast discourses on what is known as emptiness. So emptiness means emptiness of objective existence. Other way of putting this is subjective existence or emptiness of objective existence. So in future, if anyone is to ask you the question, what is emptiness? Just say emptiness is a short form of emptiness of objective existence. Okay. How many got thus far? Raise hands. Very good. So with this in mind, now what is very important is that, okay, now the next, how do I know that everything is subjective, that nothing is objective? How do you know that? How do you know that? So this takes us to the understanding of emptiness, to understand what emptiness is. For to understand emptiness is so important, what the Buddha taught in the Rice Seedling Sutra. What the Buddha taught in the Rice Seedling Sutra, that whosoever sees dependent origination, let me repeat it. In Rice Seedling Sutra, the Buddha taught, okay, what happened was that one morning, the Buddha was passing by a rice field. Buddha, escorted by the Buddha's disciples, they was passing by a rice field, and the Buddha stopped there and pointed to the rice seedling or the rice sprouts. They pointed to the rice sprouts, rice seedling, and the Buddha taught the bhikshus, whosoever sees dependent origination will see the dharma, and whosoever sees the dharma will see the Buddha. This is what the Buddha taught. Let me repeat it. This is very important. And in fact, for information, that this Rice Seedling Sutra, we included this in this book, The Blaze of Non-Dual Bodhicittas. And those from the Nalanda studies, they collaborated between Tibet House and the Nalanda Foundation, Russia. So this book, basically, those people who are attending that course, these courses, you know this book. So this book you can freely download for free. Of course, not for commercial purposes, for your own purpose, for your own study purpose. You can freely download this. And those who are not a part of this study, you can also download this for free. You can request make a request. Okay, in Russian language, this is not fully translated. A part of this is translated. Part of this book translated, and the Juliela and the whole team will be very happy to share this soft copy with you. Okay, don't forget this. You can download this. So there in the text, it says, the Buddha said, whosoever sees dependent origination will see the Dharma, and whosoever sees the Dharma will see the Buddha. Okay, so here this is very important. When you see dependent origination, we talk about emptiness, and people think that in Buddhism everything is empty. There's no self. There's nothing. This is again naivety. This is naivety. It's not true. It's factually is incorrect. So emptiness, it doesn't mean nothingness. Emptiness should be understood as dependent origination. Let me repeat it. Emptiness should not be understood as nothingness. It should be understood as dependent origination. So therefore the Buddha taught, whosoever sees dependent origination, or nothing exists means even dependent origination should be nothing. This is wrong concept. It's wrong. So whosoever sees dependent origination will see the Dharma. You see emptiness as dependent origination. The two things should go together. Emptiness and dependent origination, these two should go together. If you can go together, then you will see the Dharma of your purification, nirvana, happening within your miseries, your stress, your anxiety, the painful tears will stop. And this experience, with more practice of the understanding of emptiness and dependent origination, this experience goes deeper, and then you will attain Buddhahood. So whosoever sees dependent origination will see the Dharma. Whosoever sees the Dharma will see the Buddha. So Buddha doesn't mean Buddhism. Buddha doesn't mean, oh, now I'm talking about Buddhism. No, Buddha means awakened state, where all the ignorance, sleep state, the opposite of awakened state, which is sleep state, sleep state of ignorance removed completely, and you become awakened. Your hidden treasure becomes awakened, and you are the first awakened one. You're a Buddha. Anybody can be Buddha. Buddhist, non-Buddhist, anybody can become Buddha, provided you follow the proper procedures. For example, like anybody can be a Nobel laureate in physics. It's not only that only the Westerners can become the Nobel laureate in physics. Even the Asians can also become a Nobel laureate in physics. Anybody, provided you study the physics well. If you don't study physics well, don't expect, oh, this is very biased, only the Westerners, they get Nobel Prize in physics, not us. No, this is our failure. We have to study. Without studying, we cannot, expect the results. So likewise, whosoever sees dependent origination will see the Dharma, and whosoever sees the Dharma will see the Buddha. Okay. So the next question is, okay, so the emptiness is not nothingness. Emptiness, dependent origin. Buddha made it very clear. The emptiness, dependent origination, seeing that, then the cleansing of the ignorance happens. To see everything like a dream. The ignorance, seeing the dream as object real, that is removed. And because of which, then the freedom comes to you. That freedom you practice more, then full awakening happens, you become a Buddha. Okay, so in the next class, I'll quickly go through the three principal aspects of the path, and screen sharing will be done for the Russians, and we don't have the facility for doing two different screen sharings. Only the Russian will be screen shared, and others, those who are listening in English. So make sure that I may request our staff, the Ramela, to share this with the link of this book and the page number. I'll quickly tell you. If you just look at the Table of contents, you can see it, but I'll just quickly tell you where it is. Okay, it is on page 109, the latest version of this book. Page 109, the three principal aspects of the path. And I'll request this Rabbiana to share the link of this book to all the English speaking or English listeners. And if you don't have this downloaded, you have it downloaded, and we need to have it because we're going to quickly go through this because we have only one session for the three principal aspects of the path. Okay, we'll stop here, and we'll have 1 hour break. We'll come back of 1 hour. In Indian Standard Time is now 3 o'clock. 3 o'clock. We'll come back at 4 p.m. sharp. And the others accordingly is 1 hour break. Okay, see you.
Sangham Saranam
Okay, welcome back, all of you. And Alexei, you're translating? Hello, hello.
Yes, Geshe-la, yes. It's me
Okay.
translating.
Thank you, Alexei. Okay, so this is the first session. We were discussing the need for us to wake up from the sleep of ignorance. And for this, several questions come up. So the questions, in a very broad sense, we got the answer, but that we need to go into details. And for that matter, we decided to do a text, a short teaching on the short text by Lama Tsongkhapa, the three principal aspects of the path. And the screen sharing will be done in Russian language. And for the English, Ravina Kharisa, chat. And our IT staff is saying that for the English listeners, the screen will be shared through the YouTube link. In the YouTube, the Tibet House YouTube, there you see the English and the English screen sharing of the text. And whereas in the main, the screen, we have this in Russian. And tomorrow, hopefully we can do the same way, given that this is the teaching requested by the Russian group. So we, even the tomorrow science program, the program, what is that? The talk on science and Buddhist philosophy, tomorrow's screen sharing will be done in the Russian language. But for the English speakers or the English listeners, our screen will be shared through the YouTube Russian group. So we, in the YouTube, Tibet's YouTube, you will see that the screen sharing is done in English. Okay, so with this in mind, let me quickly go through this, the text, the three principal aspects of the path. And this was composed by the great teacher Lama Tsongkhapa. And in the first place, you may be wondering why we chose this text for today's class. One, this text is extremely succinct. Number one, it says three principle, the main practices to be followed when you practice the dharma, the three main things. And how are these three things the main? This is one thing that we need to know. There are hundreds of teachings, there are hundreds of practices, and how these three are identified as the main. Why these three as the main? This is one question. And then the next is that to understand all these 3 points very clearly, we need to know, number one, if I tell you that okay, let's put it like this. The first, let's do it one by one. Why these 3 things, renunciation, bodhicitta, and the wisdom of emptiness? Let me repeat it. The renunciation, bodhicitta, and the wisdom of emptiness. Why these 3 things are referred to as the principle or the main? Why? So, for this, just see if you agree with me or not agree. If you agree, well and good. If not, we need to think why not. So think very carefully, and then see if you, yes, of course, your questions are most welcome to be brought up. the tomorrow. So what we are seeking is, we see that we are seeking two things. One is to get away from miseries, or get away from the lack of freedom. Lack of freedom is a problem. To stay away from the problem of lack of freedom. And all problems somehow can be seen as a form of lack of freedom. And on the other side, we want to expand our happiness. So these are two things that we're seeking. Whatever religion that you're following, whatever ethnicity, whatever gender, we are all following these two things. We all seek, even if you're a non-believer, as non-believer, you are seeking these two things. One, to get away from miseries, to minimize your miseries, or to remove the lack of freedom. And number two, to expand your ease, to expand your fulfillment. Okay, how many of you agree with this? And some of you may be wondering that, okay, am I really, what he said makes some sense, but is this something exhaustive? Is this something exhaustive for what I'm seeking? If you're not too sure of this, what I would suggest is take your time, and yes, we'll have teaching today, tomorrow, and meanwhile keep thinking about this question. Is this the ultimate purpose of my life? To remove all my miseries and to have the maximum happiness. Is this the ultimate purpose of my life? You have to think of this very seriously, and I'm not going to make you go into rush to say that this is what you're seeking. And some of you, through your years of contemplation, you must have already came to this. You must have come to this conclusion that yes, I'm seeking. These are two goals. Just imagine that, for example, if you ask somebody who believes in God, then what's the purpose of life? Okay, to have the communion with God, to have the meeting with God. If you meet with God, then what? Then what? If you meet with God, then what? Then I'll be very happy. So this is the maximum happiness. So you are seeking for the maximum happiness. You think that by meeting with God, you have the maximum happiness. And somebody may say, oh, I want to go to the Pure Land of Buddha Mitapa, Pure Land. So what is there if you are there in Pure Land? And something that Pure Land is the paradise, and this is nirvana. This is too naive. But most sensible people will say that in Pure Land, you can practice the Dharma more easily, because then the non-conducive factors are not there, so you can practice the Dharma more easily. So again, why do you practice Dharma? So that my Buddha nature, the hidden treasure inside, will be manifested. What is the hidden treasures manifested? My miseries will be stopped and my happiness will expand infinity. So look, so we see that if you think like this, then we see that everybody in one way or the other, we are all seeking two things. One is to minimize the miseries, and one is to expand your happiness. And if you're still not convinced, don't push yourself, don't worry, just note these 2 points down. He said that we are all, irrespective of what religion, what ethnicity, what gender, what the social status, we are all seeking these two things, to minimize your miseries and to expand your happiness. Just note it down and keep contemplating. Is it true? Is it not true? Keep contemplating this. So with this, having said this, what we discussed this in the first class is that do we have the potential? If these two are the two goals, and the Buddha said yes, these two goals can be achieved. Your miseries can be made zero, and your happiness can be expanded to infinite. The Buddha said it's possible, and of course, don't follow blindly. This must be through the analysis, through contemplation, through investigation. So, with this, then the question is that if you have the potential, to achieve these two goals, why I'm not seeing these two potentials? Because these two potentials are obscured by the mental defilements. What is one defilement which stops us, the mental mud, which stops us from experiencing fearlessness or total freedom is known as afflictive obscurations. One mental defilement, one mental mud, which obscures us from experiencing the fearlessness or infinite, the freedom. That is known as, that mental defilement is known as afflictive obscurations. Technically speaking, is known as afflictive obscuration. And what is said, and all this you have to study in more detail. We don't have time for this two-day study retreat, but you have to explore. And all these, these are the brochures for the different courses that we undertake. So, and then you can also contact the Nalanda Foundation, Moscow. Julia is the head of the foundation. You can seek their advice, and Tatiana and Nadesha, they are coordinating for this program. So you can check these. All these details will be studied in these programs. So with this saying that you have the one defilement, one set of defilements stop you from experiencing fearlessness or the total freedom. While we want freedom, we are deprived of freedom. What makes us deprived of freedom is because of this afflictive obscurations. Then on the other hand, we want the maximum happiness. Why we are not having this is because that we have again another set of the mental defilements known as cognitive obscurations. Cognitive obscurations. So that cognitive obscurations stop us from experiencing infinite ease, infinite happiness, or infinite fulfillment, and afflictive obscurations stop us from experiencing the total freedom or the fearlessness. Okay, now it becomes very clear. So what do you want? The fearlessness and infinite happiness. And what, do you have the potential? Yes, I have the potential. Why I'm not experiencing? Because of the two sets of defilements. What are they? Afflictive obscurations and cognitive obscurations. It becomes very clear now. So having said this, if you really want to experience your true nature of your mind, hidden treasure, be manifested, then the first thing is that you know, okay, my question to you is that there are two candidates in the college, and both are extremely smart and intelligent, both extremely smart and academically extremely smart and intelligent, and one is always studying and in the laboratory doing the experiments, and the other one is always in the pubs, in the nightclubs. But they are, academically speaking or intellectually speaking, IQ-wise, both are extremely intelligent, extremely sharp. And later, after 20 years, 30 years, if you see that one of them was awarded, one of them is awarded Nobel Prize in physics. So who do you think most likely? And of course, the one who is always studying, experimenting, taking the research very seriously, most likely that person is one. Okay, my question to you is why the other person is not, does not really succeed in achieving the goal to become a Nobel laureate in physics? Why not? Why in the case of the candidate, why not? Okay, Gennady, think very seriously. These seem very simple, but when these simple things put together, then you get lost. So therefore, we need to make sure that we get answers to all these simple things. Yes, Gennady.
Здравствуйте, Гешела. Я думаю, что достиг Нобелевскую премию получил человек, который больше занимался, потому что он создавал больше причин для получения Нобелевской премии. Короче, у него было больше мотивации и больше причин.
Venerable Geshe, I think that the first person received Nobel Prize because he created conducive conditions for getting this prize, and he had more motivation to reach this goal.
Okay, how many agree with Ganit who said that in the first case there's a motivation there, in the second case motivation is missing. Motivation is missing in second case. So not only intelligence, but the motivation is also very important. You raise hands if you agree with the Ganiti. Very good, thank you. So motivation is very important. So likewise, to attain the fearlessness or to attain the total freedom, we need to have the motivation to remove the fears, remove the lack of freedom. We need to have the motivation. That motivation to remove the fears of samsara is known as renunciation, number one. So that motivation plays a very important role. Number two, the motivation to attain the infinite ease, that is known as bodhicitta. And some of you may be seeing a disconnect. One is infinite ease for me, although the motivation is bodhicitta for all beings. How these two are connected? This is like an oxymoron, where one you are seeking infinite ease for yourself, and the other you are talking about the bodhicitta for all the beings. So this is not compatible. These two are not compatible. These two are 100% compatible. So in the initial stage, we may see these two things as totally the dichotomous, going in the opposite direction, divergent. But as you proceed through this, you see that the secret of the infinite ease is the universal compassion. Where you have the universal compassion, infinite ease comes. Universal compassion is missing, infinite is just a talk. It's just a dream. It never comes true. Okay, so with this mind, the motivation to attain the total fearlessness, the second aspiration that we all have, the motivation to attain that is the bodhicitta. So these two, the renunciation, bodhicitta, these two are the motivations. Then alongside the motivation, we require the intelligence. Number three is the wisdom of emptiness, which is the intelligence, the wisdom. So these three are known as the, finally what we want is that we need to remove the mental defilements completely. To remove the mental defilements, we require the remedy to remove the mental defilements. So the ultimate remedy is the wisdom of emptiness. That is what is required. Without this, impossible. Whatever we do, whatever dharma practice that we do, whatever the tantric empowerment. So some people are so crazy after tantra, shortcut, so cut through and so forth. This is just illusion if the wisdom of emptiness is missing. This is illusion. So wisdom of emptiness is the ultimate solution to all our problems, number one. And this wisdom must be supported by the motivation. As Ganeti said, without the motivation, no matter how intelligent that you are, it's impossible that you become a Nobel laureate in physics. For example, like many of the Nobel laureates in physics, they already made the contributions by putting a lot of effort in their young age, when they were aged 30s or 20s, 30s, 40s, and many of them, they get the Nobel Prize. Their contribution was already made like 30 years ago, and then they got the Nobel Prize when they reach age 80s. Okay, so the effort, all these efforts during the prime of your youth, if you just spend time in indulgence, impossible to become a Nobel laureate in physics. Likewise, Nobel laureate in literature, likewise Nobel laureate in chemistry or the physiology and the economics. So therefore, the thing is that alongside the wisdom, you require the motivation. And the motivation, there are two. One, the motivation to attain the fearlessness, to stop all painful tears, and the motivation to get the maximum ease or the infinite ease. Two motivations required. First motivation is known as renunciation, to remove all the painful tears, to renounce miseries. And the second motivation, bodhicitta, to expand the ease by universal compassion for all the beings. So these three are known as the three principal aspects of the path. Then you realize, oh, that's amazing. This is so comprehensive. How Lama Tsongkhapa could really imagine that all the practices of the Dharma for your own well-being, where in this life you may be going through a lot of difficult, the phase of your life, tough times, difficulties, nothing really working, nothing really happens to you, and mentally you feel so low. But even these are all dependent origination. Smart people, seeing that these are things, there must be a reason there. These are not randomly coming to us. It's because of their respective causes. What causes? Contaminant karmas. And the contaminant karmas which we did in the past. Even these contaminant karmas can be washed away, can be purified by first identifying the root cause, afflictions. You can minimize our afflictions this life. And how to minimize afflictions? Identify the root cause. We see the inappropriate attention, exaggerating the qualities. For example, how many of you know this English expression which says, the grass is always greener on the other side? The grass is always greener on the other side. How many of you know this expression? In Russian, I'm not too sure whether this is, Alexei, this expression, something of this expression, something of this kind of expression, is it in Russian?
Yes, Venerable Geshe, yes, we have similar expression about the grass greener.
Wonderful.
Yes.
Wonderful. So the grass is always greener on the side. This is amazing. What does it mean by that? What does this mean? It means that our mind has a tendency to exaggerate the qualities of the things which you don't have. So this is known as inappropriate attention. Inappropriate attention. So you always think that the other one is better. Other one is better. So this is inappropriate attention. And this is because of the being in the sleep of ignorance. Being in the sleep of ignorance. When you wake up, all these problems will stop. In the dream, exaggerating other things as nicer than yours. In dream, feeling attached to the object. In dream, fighting with the other people, contaminant karmas. The moment you wake up, all these will stop. So this is where we require, we see that these are the three principal aspects of the path. But the Lama Tsongkhapa so beautifully captivated them as the three principal aspects. Okay, so with this, then the point is that it's for your own well-being. It's for your own well-being, and then if you can think more broadly, is well-being of your children, well-being of your parents, well-being of all of your members, well-being of all the beings. This is so precious. So these three are known as the three principal aspects of the path. So if you have these, then everything else will make sense. In the absence of these three, no matter what teachings, what sophisticated teachings, some secret teachings, bit instructions, whatever you may call it, makes no sense. It's all just waste of your time. So having said this, how Lama Tsongkhapa explained the three principles of the path here, this is done under each of these three. Okay, first, what are the three? Renunciation, bodhicitta. Number three, the wisdom of emptiness. Three. Renunciation in Tibetan is Nyingchung Samba, bodhicitta in Tibetan Changju Sem, and the wisdom of emptiness in Tibetan Tongyu Toba Shirab. Okay, three. So why these three things are considered as very important? So this, as I said earlier, to awaken your hidden treasure. Okay, to make sure that the gold inside us, the hidden treasure inside us, manifests fully. Now, each of these 3 points are further explained by Lama Tsongkhapa under 3 subheadings. What is okay, first let me just ask this to each one of you, and then you will come to, if you come to deduce that, okay, these are all related to, it's all something very sensible, something which is relatable to my real life. When you see that, then you will find joy. When you find joy, then you can use these as tools to help yourself and help all others around you. Okay, the first question, the first point that I'll ask you, if somebody suddenly comes to you and a person seems knowledgeable or serious, but you don't know the person too well, the person comes to you and tells you that you have to practice renunciation. And you have no idea about all these three things, renunciation, bodhicitta, emptiness, Buddhism, nothing, you have no idea. Someone says, you have to practice bodhicitta, you have to practice renunciation. If somebody tells you that, what will come to your mind? Or what will you ask the other person? Most likely that what you will ask the other person is that, why? Right? The most people ask, why should I practice renunciation? Or some people may ask, what is renunciation? You're getting it? What is renunciation? So what is renunciation means? You have some interest. But some interest means that you feel some connection with that person. But if you don't feel any connection, you will say, why? You will say, why? You're getting it? If you don't feel any connection with the other person, you will say, why should I practice that? Why? Okay, so the three subheadings. The first one is, why should I practice renunciation? Number one. Number two, then the person explains to you, why should you practice renunciation? Why should you practice renunciation? Once you know the person, wow, that's amazing. Then what will be a second question? Anyone? Now you know the purpose. Now you know the reason why you should practice renunciation. Okay, Roman?
Would it be to ask, how do I renounce? What is
wonderful? So once you know the benefit, oh, this is very beneficial. Now tell me, how should I practice this? How should I practice renunciation? How should I renounce? How should I renounce? Number two, how? Number one is why. Number two is how. Okay, then they say the person teaches you how to practice it. Then you practice for like some time, 1 week, 2 weeks, 3 weeks. Then what will be the next question? Anyone? Anyone raise hands? So you practice it the way the other person taught you for like 3 weeks, 4 weeks. Okay, Elena, Kulta Shana, Kulta Steva.
Добрый день, Гешла. Култашева Елена, все правильно. Наверное, мой следующий вопрос будет, как долго я должна практиковать?
Venerable Geshe, my next question would be, for how long I should practice?
Okay, how many agree with Elena Resens? How many agree with Elena? How long should I practice it? I hope. So I've been practicing this for the last 3 weeks. Now how long? How long should you keep practicing this? Okay. So let's say somebody says that you have to do masters. You have to do masters. You have to do masters in the physics. Then you start doing the masters. What will be the next question? So how many years is the program? How many years is the program? You'll ask this. Okay. In other words, what you're asking is, when will I finish? When will I finish the masters in the physics? Likewise, what is the measure of having generated renunciation? Let me repeat it. Number 3 question is, what is the measure? So, finally I should generate renunciation. When will I accomplish renunciation? What is the mark? What is the indication that I have successfully generated renunciation? So 3 points related to renunciation is, why to practice renunciation? Number 2, how to practice renunciation. Number 3, what is the measure of having generated renunciation? Meaning that, okay, now you have been very successful in the practice of renunciation. What's the measure? What's the measure of having generated renunciation? 3 points. Likewise, bodhicitta. Bodhicitta under 3 points. Why practice bodhicitta? How to practice bodhicitta? And what is the measure of having generated bodhicitta? Number 3, wisdom of emptiness. Why to practice wisdom of emptiness, how to practice wisdom of emptiness, and what is the measure of having generated the wisdom of emptiness. Okay, each of the 3 principal paths under 3 subheadings. So this is how Lama Tsongkhapa explained. It's so powerful, so succinct, and economy of words, and very clear. So this is a treasure for us. Treasure. Okay, so with this in mind, I'm going to now read this and identify quickly the first. I bow down to the Venerable Lamas. It's the respect to the teachers. Venerable Lamas meaning teachers, from whom you have received the teaching on emptiness, and so forth, in order for you to be liberated, in order that your miseries, your painful tears will be stopped. As well as I'm able, I'll explain the essence of all the teachings of the Buddha. So what the Buddha taught, what all the Buddhas, there are so many Buddhas, not only one Buddha, there are so many Buddhas. And all the teachings of Buddha, you see that what is being taught down, the 3 principal aspects of the path, these are the essences of the teachings given to all the Buddhas. The path praised by the Bodhisattvas. Say the bodhicitta, the path praised by the bodhisattvas, and the entrance for those who desire liberation. Okay, so some teachers, what they say is that these 3 lines, the first one, the essence of all the teachings of the Buddha, this is the renunciation. First line is the renunciation. So where somebody renounces suffering, renounces samsara to go to awakening your hidden treasure. So that is the renunciation. Number 2 is the bodhicitta. Something very unique of the bodhisattvas is the bodhicitta. Number 2, entrance for those who desire liberation. So where you have the wisdom of emptiness, where you have the wisdom of emptiness, then this is what will help you to be liberated. This is one way of interpretation. And still another way of interpretation is the essence of all the teachings of Buddha, you relate this with the wisdom of emptiness. Because the wisdom of emptiness is the one for which all the Buddhas appear on planet Earth to liberate beings. Because the wisdom of emptiness is the only liberating path which can take us to enlightenment. So the first one is the wisdom of emptiness. So just keep in mind there are different interpretations, and what we need to know is that we need to see the benefit of these 3 principal paths. Then at the path praised by the Bodhisattvas, the conquerors' children. Conqueror meaning the Buddhas. The Buddha, why the Buddhas are referred to as conqueror? The one who conquered the inner demons, not the inner enemies. One who conquered the 4 demons. This is what is known as the 4 demons. One who conquered the 4 demons. And then the entrance for those who desire liberation. That is the renunciation. Where only when you have the renunciation, then you can get into the path to liberation. Without the renunciation, no matter how much you practice, study, and so forth, without renunciation, you cannot really get into the liberation path. So entrance for those who desire liberation is the renunciation. So you see that there are different interpretations. I keep this in mind. So with this is the summary of the 3 principal paths in the first verse. Second, listen with a clear mind, you fortunate ones. What is meant by fortunate? Meritorious. Fortunate meaning meritorious. Who is a meritorious one? Who is a meritorious one? This question. So we see that somebody who's so rich or so powerful or who's like a celebrity. So we see that in the conventional sense, we see that particularly in the Buddhist world, people talk about, oh, he's very meritorious, he's very fortunate, he's a very meritorious person. We talk of these concepts. So somebody who's fortunate or the meritorious There are two levels of understanding, one in a mundane sense and one in the supramundane sense. In a mundane sense, somebody who's rich, somebody who's born in a rich family, where you don't really have to worry about your food, your clothing, your education, your medical, the facilities. So we say, oh, she's very rich, he's very rich, very fortunate, very meritorious. This is one way to understand. Likewise, power. Somebody who's born as a child of a king, queens, or the presidents, prime ministers, and so forth. And then he or she says something, and everybody is so busy trying to make it happen, very powerful, or very meritorious. So for us, nobody listens to us. Yeah. So there, this again, in a mundane sense. Likewise, celebrating. So some celebrities, they have like millions of followers, and then they just, with one performance, they got millions of dollars very easily. They make millions of dollars very easily, celebrities. Oh, you may say, oh, they are very meritorious. Okay, this is all the worldly being meritorious. Somebody being in a worldly sense of being meritorious. There's another one, the real meritorious one are those beings whose mind is thus far the wealth, the power, the being a celebrity. So these are all external. But those people whose mind is directed inside, inner wealth, these are truly the meritorious ones. Why? Because, okay, just if it makes sense. And some people may say, oh, this is a very religious discourse, a spiritual discourse, practically is very different. No, just see if it makes sense. Don't just block yourself from finding some very profound concepts. For example, fame, with the fame, name and fame, what is there? I feel happy. Not sure whether you're really happy or not. Not sure. With the wealth, extremely ultra rich, wealthy. Again, so there, then whatever I like, good. Say I'm sick, I go to the hospital, good hospitals, best of doctors, best of medicines. Again, it's about your well-being. And let's say, for example, okay, with the wealth I can have cheesecake, good cheesecake, high quality cheesecake. Which cheesecake what? So that I will have a pleasant taste. Whether you really get a pleasant taste or not, this is questionable. Okay, just tell me, somebody who does not have anything to eat, you give her ordinary candy. And somebody who has a lot of things to eat, and you give a cheesecake. And who do you think will feel the greater taste? Anyone? The one who does not have anything to eat, and suddenly a small child, you give ordinary candies. And another person, another child, who has all the luxurious foods, cuisines, all the complicated, sophisticated cuisines are there, cheesecake every day, you cheesecake, and who will get a better, greater taste, amazing taste? The child who gets the ordinary candy or the one with the cheesecake? Anyone? Okay, Ajay Dhammasamdullah. Yes, unmute. Yes.
A child who gets the ordinary candy, he'll get better taste.
Thank you, Ajay Dhammasamdullah. How many agree with Ajay Dhammasamdullah? Raise hands. How many agree with Ajay Dhammasamdullah? Okay. How many of you actually had that experience yourself?
I did, Geshe-la.
Okay, how many of you had that experience yourself? Sometimes, let's say, that in fact, one of my relatives, when she was very young, her friends, and they persuaded her to sit for fasting. And she was on fasting for a few days, and of course a meal one day, one meal a day, and the next day totally no food at all. So on the alternate days, just one meal a day. And she being very young, maybe like, I don't know, 14, 15 years old, and she shared her experience. And then in the night, what she used to do was that she used to steal some samba and mix with water, and then in the blanket she would consume it. And she said it's extremely delicious. She said it's extremely delicious, so delicious. She said that I never had such a taste. So delicious. So she made her mind that once the fasting finishes, I'll every day have this samba. Samba is just a roasted barley, grounded roasted barley, and very simple. And with the water. Usually people you have it with the tea, butter, some dry cheese in it, and some sweets added. No sweet, nothing. Just a plain samba with the water. It's like the very ordinary paste. And she said it's so delicious. So once the fasting finished after like maybe how many days finished, then she was so excited. Now she can freely take that. She took it. She said it's just so tasteless, no taste at all. So she was kind of confused. What happened during the fasting days? It's so delicious, extremely. She said that she did not ever have such the taste, feeling of such a good taste. And now there's no taste. So therefore, we see one thing, but reality can be very different. So as Ajahn Dhumal Samdara said, a child who has hardly anything to eat suddenly gets the candy. This is like the divine delicacy. But for one with the food, all luxurious foods like cheesecake, everything every day, for them it's very boring. No taste. This is the reality. So what I'm saying is that the joy is not really the external. Externals, that the triggers meant to ignite the joy from inside. The real joy is inside. It's, for example, like say, I want to listen to a music, so I press my mobile with my finger. Finger is not a music. Finger is not making the music. Finger is the trigger. It presses the button, or it just touches that spot which will connect to the music. So this is the trigger. Like external things, like cheesecake, the public following, or the wealth and so forth. These are all the triggers meant to trigger the happiness inside. Like my finger pressing, so the music comes out. Finger is not the music. The food is not the delicious food. The power, the wealth, and the being a celebrity. So these are not the real joys. These are supposed to be the triggers to trigger the joy inside. Real source of joy is inside. The example that I gave this morning, the first session, that the pencil sketches on the wall. For other people, this is so unbearable to see that. It's so dirty wall. Whereas for the mother, this is painting of the child. So for the mother, there's a pleasant feeling coming. So this same object triggers a pleasant feeling. It triggers pleasant feeling. Whereas for us, it triggers unpleasant feeling. So the real pleasant feeling, unpleasant feeling is not outside, it's inside. And these are external things, they are the triggers. They're supposed to be the triggers. They can trigger, not trigger, it's not sure. But they are supposed to be the triggers. So having said this, Having said this, though, who are the truly meritorious ones and who are in the mundane sense meritorious ones? So those with superficially what we envy. But we envy, oh, he's very rich, she's very rich, very powerful, and then he's a celebrity, and so forth. These are all just supposed. These we say that these are meritorious. These are the meritorious in the mundane sense, in the worldly sense. These are not the true meaning of being meritorious. What's the true meaning of meritorious? Is those who look for the treasure inside. Why? Because outside is not reliable. It's not reliable. For example, name and fame can be your factor for your killing, for your death. Name and fame. When the name and fame declines, then you go into deep depression and then may commit suicide. Many things happen like this. Like the wealth. Wealth, today you're very powerful, and the next day the stock exchange, stock market, it goes down, and then say you lose millions of dollars overnight. These things happen. And there was one Nobel laureate who had a foundation, who started a foundation, and the foundation about like few $1 million for the foundation, and overnight, because of something goes wrong in the bank, all these millions of dollars disappeared. So these things happen. So what I'm saying is that external factors which are supposed to give rise to happiness to you, these are not reliable. And whereas internal sources, when you retrieve internal resources, that is so reliable. So who is more truly meritorious? One who gets the reliable resources, or one who gets the unreliable resources? Who is more meritorious? Reliable resources, naturally. So therefore, these are but it doesn't mean that oh, now I know what is the true meaning of being meritorious, just having a lot of money, wealth, power, and so forth. It doesn't guarantee that you to be a truly meritorious. True meritorious are those people who look inwardly. So therefore, I will forget everything now. I'll give up my good house, I'll give my good job, I'll give up all these things. Now I'll go into. So this is another extreme. For example, say, good food, medicines. Simply because it's a medicine doesn't mean that you have to take everything. Tuberculosis is a medicine for 6 months. If you take it in one day, it'll kill you, it'll not help you. And so, if you overdose, this is not a medicine, this is a poison. Because we don't have that capacity to digest, to take these medicines within that short span of time. Likewise, we are not ready to just give up all the external things and go purely internal. We are not ready for that. Only when through practice, you keep practicing, gradually you reach a point whereby you are so expert in retrieving the inner wealth that external wealth becomes totally secondary and meaningless for you. Then at that point, you can fully dedicate on the internal. Till that point, when we are dependent, when we are not that, we don't have that degree of competency to retrieve the inner wealth fully. We have to depend on external. So we have to go the middle way. Make sure that external you take care of. Meanwhile, focus should not be focus should also be directed towards retrieving the inner wealth. So we should go for the middle way for the time being. Later on, when you really succeed in retrieving the inner wealth, then you don't need anybody. You don't require anybody to counsel you. You are the best of your own counselors, and you'll go on your own track yourself. Okay. So having said this, so it says that I'm explaining what is my fortunate ones. Those people who are directed inside to look for the reliable resources. Inner wealth, which is the most reliable resource. You retrieve this, they will never leave you, they will never disappear. But external wealth, the moment you say you're a politician, and then the next day you're toppled, your power is gone. It's not reliable. You're ultra rich today, and the next day liquidation happens. For example, like many of the big companies, they go liquidation. when they undergo the liquidation, then they lose everything. So today you are very ultra rich, and tomorrow you are a homeless person. It happens. So therefore, this is unreliable. So where those people who look for the reliable resources, these are the wise people. These are the truly fortunate ones. So I'm reading the text, which reads, the verse number 2. Listen with a clear mind, you fortunate ones, those who seek to uncover the reliable resources, inner reliable resources. These are the fortunate ones who are not attached to the joys of single existence, external joys, which are truly unreliable. Strive to make good use of leisure and opportunity. You get out of this opportunity as a human body, human thinking. So with this can be used to uncover the hidden treasure, reliable in the inner wealth, or to get the external resources which are unreliable. So those people who use this precious human birth to uncover the hidden treasure inside, these are the wise, fortunate people. So it says, strive to make good use of leisure and opportunity to retrieve the inner wealth rather than obsess with the external the factors, and direct your minds to the path that pleases Buddhas. What will really make the Buddhas happy is like your parents. Like parents, when will the mother be very happy? You just getting a temporary job, or you get a very reliable job, permanent job. Of course, if you get a permanent job, mother will be very happy in comparison with you getting a temporary job. Likewise, the Buddhas will be most happy if you are able to retrieve the inner wealth, which is so reliable that all your painful tears stop and your ease expands to infinity. Otherwise, if the wealthiest person cries, the most powerful people, they also cry. And the celebrities, they cry in silence. Cry means painful tears. Whereas the inner wealth is uncovered, all painful tears stop. So this is what we need to remember. So, verse number 3. So now comes each of these 3 points explained under 3 subheadings. First, renunciation. What are the 3 subheadings for the renunciation? Number 1, why renunciation? Why should we practice renunciation? Number 2, how to practice renunciation? Number 3, what is the measure of having generated renunciation? 3 points. Okay, the first, verse number 3, is why renunciation. The reason why. Why should we practice renunciation? It says, without pure renunciation, if you don't practice the renunciation, if you don't have it, you have a problem. If you don't want a problem, then you have to, this is a reason for you to practice renunciation. Without pure renunciation, an end to attraction for the pleasures of cyclic existence is unattainable. So, say the attraction to the cyclic existence, external existence, that stops us from retrieving the inner wealth. So that attraction will never stop. And with this attraction, what's the problem? The craving for existence, craving for samsaric existence, also binds us in samsara, binds beings. And in samsara, what is said? In samsara is not the craving binds us in samsara, and in samsara, there's full of painful tears. So we can never stop the painful tears. If you really want to stop painful tears, you have to detach yourself from samsara and through renunciation, and then attain their fearlessness. So thus, from the outset, seek renunciation. This is the reason why we have to seek renunciation. Verse number 4. How do you generate? The next says, now, okay, this is reason. Yes. Without renunciation, I will always be bound by samsara. Samsaric attachment to samsara is always there. With this, I'll be always in samsara. In samsara, I've continued to shed tears. In fact, one time, I have a friend, and who lost his mother, and he was already in his late 40s or early 50s, and he already lost his mother. And I sensed that he was not too happy. I could sense something. Then one day I asked him. Then he told me that, I don't know what for I'm living now. So the life is so hollow, it's very shallow, full of pains. I said, what happened? He said that I lost my mother. I lost my mother. I love my mother so much that I lost my mother, and because of which I don't see any purpose. What for I should live? Because the only person who I love so much is my mother. Now she's gone. Now what for I'm living? This was what he was saying. And for him, everything, who say you go in a very fancy dress, fancy restaurants, or this, that, and so forth, for him is so shallow, hollow. One day, the same person in fancy dress, fancy cars, even this person will have to shed tears. The pain that I'm going through now, you will go through. We don't know when, but you will have to go through this yourself. So he could see the hollowness of the samsaric, the pleasures. So therefore, he says that yes, this is all because that we are bound by samsara. We are bound by the attachment to the samsara. Attachment to samsara is the one we feel attached to the cheesecake. We feel attached to anything else, whatever we are attached to. So these are things which bind us on samsara. And in samsara, we end up crying, with painful tears. So this is why the wise people will think of how to stop these painful tears. We'll discover that is the attachment, so we have to renounce attachment to samsara. This is number reason. Now next is, oh, that makes sense. Now tell me, how should I renounce samsara? So verse number 4, how do you generate renunciation? Verse number 4, the attachment to samsara is twofold. Lama Tsongkhapa, this is how Lama Tsongkhapa explains. Attachment to samsara is twofold. One is attachment to samsara of this life, and attachment to samsara of next life, the future lives. So both are within the domain of samsara. So where there's samsara, there is suffering. It is like, in the wilderness. It is like in the wilderness, in the forest, or in the ocean. In the forest, let's say, how many agree with me? In the forest, the wild animals are freely roaming around. The deers are roaming around. The tigers are roaming around. Lions are roaming around. The jackals are roaming around. So all these animals roaming around freely. Tell me, which of the animal in the wilderness is roaming out so freely with no fear? Anyone? Okay, so how many agree with me? We must think of this seriously. We must think of this very seriously, because we never think about this. We go to the zoo, we see the wild animals there, and then we can freely watch them, and they look so, calm, cool, cute. But you go in the wilderness. They came from the wilderness. They were in prison. They're in the prison. Wilderness is also prison. Zoo is also prison. If somebody gives me in a zoo, and would you be happy? No, this is a prison. But we see them as cute. It's actually a prison for them. This is not their natural habitat. In a natural habitat is very, very scary. Although they can move around very freely, but no one creature or one animal is freed from fear. Everyone, the mightiest of the animals, for example, the lion, at the peak of the age, even he or she has to live in fear. Because the lions, if they are not in the pride meaning in the group, if they are not in the group, if they are solitude, single, solitary, then the jackals in 20, 30, they can just in groups, they can kill you, eat you up. So therefore, even you are very strong, but you should be always in your group, to be protected. Same, the smaller ones are eaten up by the bigger ones. Bigger ones are eaten by the smaller ones in group. Likewise, in the oceans, everyone has to live in fear. The bigger ones, the fish, like whales and so forth, they're eaten up by the smaller ones. Smaller ones are eaten by the whales. This is extreme. There's no one creature in the wilderness who can live in absolute ease. No one. So this is a situation. This is exactly samsara, where we are like these creatures freely roaming around, and yet, say, we meet with sickness, aging, death, cancer, and the loss of near ones, so forth. Very scary, extremely scary, extremely scary. So when you don't think about these things, we may say ignorance is bliss. Ignorance is bliss. But then suddenly you see the reality, you face the reality, you cannot take it. It shocks you. So therefore this is what we need to contemplate on. So samsara of this life and samsara of the future lives. So the first verse number 4, it says, reverse attraction to this life by reflecting on how leisure and opportunity are difficult to find and how life is ephemeral and without span. So say this life. So the dharma, let's say that some of us, we have taken new commitments, reciting prayers, practices, and then let's say, what is that? NMC class or NTC class at 6 o'clock by Indian Standard Time, and then your family member says, hey, now it's your class time, it's time for class. Oh, still I have 5 minutes, which means that they say there's feel a little bit of reluctance. Still I have 5 minutes. Okay, so what I'm saying is that this is where we tend to go under influence of the laziness and the being attached to the samsaric, this lies, little bit of rest time and so forth. So it says, reverse attraction to this life by reflecting on how leisure and opportunity meaning your precious human birth. This human birth is like the saying, is like extremely, it's like the treasure island. Being in a treasure island. Being in a treasure island, and if somebody says that you have 1 day in treasure island, and in the moment you reach treasure island, if you say that, okay, I'm tired, let me take a short nap, and then the nap extends to like 8 hours, then you are hungry, then you look for food, and your time in the treasure island is finished. Okay, now it's time up, you have to now get out of treasure island. Finish. No, I'm yet to get the treasure. No, you have no time. So human birth, this has incredibly great, it's like being in the treasure island. So we can actually extract a great purpose out of this precious human birth. The purpose to stop all the painful tears, the purpose to really see the amazement, the wonders, the joy that you will get, for example, like cheesecake, the joy that you will get of eating cheesecake. Oh, by the way, how many of you love cheesecake? Raise hands. Be very honest. How many love cheesecake? Raise hands. Not every day, at least once in a while. Cheesecake. How many love cheesecake? Okay, how many love momos? Momos? Okay, good. So let's say that, the joy, the pleasant feeling that you get out of having cheesecake. If the inner sauce is unraveled, the pleasant feeling that we get out of cheesecake multiplied by 1,000,000 times is what happens, what you feel, if the inner joy is retrieved. This is amazing. This is amazing. So the great teachers like Naropa, such an accomplished, erudite scholar in Nalanda University at a certain age, he just left everything to go in pursuit of the higher level of the practice, where he was just like a beggar. And we see him like a beggar, but for him, the joy, the bliss that we feel just multiplies by millions of times of what the ordinary people are feeling they get out of enjoying in the family, the cheesecakes together in the family, these things. This joy multiplied by millions is what he's experiencing, because he was retrieving the inner joy. So this is where, but why we're not going in this direction? Because we have no experience what it is like. Instead, we have the experience of the small trivial joys of samsara. We just get trapped there. So it says, reverse attraction to this life, but in fact, know how leisure and opportunity of this precious human birth is so difficult to find, and this is so precious, and if you don't use it productively, it can disappear very quickly. Like being in a treasure island for a very brief period of time, you keep sleeping, finish, and then your time in the treasure island is gone, you are sent back. You have no treasure at all. So with this precious human birth, you have that capacity. You can really take the treasure, inexhaustible treasure from the Buddha nature. But if we waste it, this is so unwise of us. And this precious human birth is the duration so short, and how life is so ephemeral, impermanent, so short, without span. So if you think of this, this great treasure, this is a great potential, human birth, I should not waste it. This has the potential to stop all painful tears. And then he said that cheesecake joy that we get out of eating cheesecake, and if you retrieve the inner source, multiply this joy of the eating cheesecake million times. If this is the case, then this you can get only through bodhicitta, the wisdom of emptiness. And these two you can practice effectively with the human birth. Without this, if you take birth as an animal, if you take birth in any other forms, you don't get this opportunity to practice these two so effectively. So this is like a very precious boat I should not miss, and it's so short duration. I should utilize this the maximum. Number one, this is how we detach ourselves from attachment to this samsara of this life. Then, but it doesn't mean that don't take care of food, don't take care of your family members. No, this is not the meaning. Take care of family members by being a good example, by being a good role model, that your family members also learn from you. For example, Nalanda studies. I'm so happy to inform you that there are many people doing the Nalanda course, Russians, non-Russians, and they're doing the course, and one family member does the course, and others, they're gradually driven into this direction. And they could see the change in the family member who is doing the course. Otherwise, usually extremely short-tempered, and the extremely restless becomes more calm, and the more considerate, understanding. When they see this, that person influences her own family members, and they're also driven into this path. This is so precious. It's so precious. Okay, so you can be a good role model for your family members. So, and no need to quit your good food, good house, good cars, so forth. No. So, attachment to this, obsession to this, stop. You realize them. There's nothing wrong. What's wrong with these? The family members, you can really benefit your family members a lot by being an incredibly good example for them. To inspire, they're also sentient beings. Those who require support from you. You are thinking of all the sentient beings. Okay. The next, how to reverse attraction or stop attachment to the samsara of future lives. The third line says, reverse attraction to future lives by repeatedly thinking of the infallibility of karma and its effects and the miseries of samsara. So, attachment to future lives. Okay, future life, so I have a wealth in the future life, I have a power in the future life, and so forth. Just obsession to the future life. So there, again same, the future life, what the future life is going to be determined by law of karma. Law of karma. And if we keep thinking about the obsessions of the future lives, rather than working to remove the mental defilements, if you keep thinking about the future, the goods for yourself, the future, particularly the mundane happiness, then the mundane happiness is because of the corresponding karmas. And what the future, even though you have good karma, equivalent positive karma today, but there's innumerable negative karmas which we did in the past also. Also, which of them will throw us to the next life? We never know. We never know. So wise people will think of even the future life. Don't be too attached. Get out of samsara completely. Wake up from the sleep of ignorance completely, so that bad dreams, good dreams, all will stop harming you. So this is a wise people's approach. So it says that infallible karma. So even though you take favorable birth next time, but then again the karma will stop and another karma will operate to throw us into samsara again in the hell realms, hungry ghost realms, and in the animal realms and so forth. So the karma will exhaust, and again another karma will take over to make you suffer more. So think of the law of karma. And then we see that whatever we are doing to make the future lives nice in terms of mundane happiness, this is also not reliable. This is also not reliable. One day this will also finish. And again, what next? We're not sure. It's very scary. In other words, it's totally unreliable. By knowing the law of how the law of karma operates, we see that it's so unreliable. So the wise people will look for a reliable happiness. What's the reliable happiness? Get out of samsara completely, so that all the painful tears will reliably stop. So, by repeatedly think of the infallible karma and its effects, and the misery of samsara, how when the karma of the future life, karma that throws us to some future life, positive karma, when that exhausts, again negative karmas can operate to throw us into the different samsaric states. Hell realm, hungry ghost realm, animal realms, where the suffering is so miserable, the way we are seeing on the planet Earth today. So think of these, then we say in the future life also we should not be too attached. We should not be attached to this life, we should not be attached to the future life. The wisest thing to do is to stop all the painful tears by detaching yourself from samsara. Detaching from the samsara doesn't mean that detached from your family, from your good house and so forth. It's meant detached from the attachment to this. Have compassion. Have compassion. Compassion doesn't mean attachment. Attachment should be stopped, but expand your compassion. This is so important. Okay. So with these two things, then you realize that, okay, now attachment to samsara doesn't make any sense. It's like the cycle where my miseries will stop at a certain point, again will continue, again stop, continue. So it's so unreliable and very exhausting, very tiring. How to stop this cycle altogether? So for this, you have to stop the root of samsara, which is ignorance, and remove the mental defilement which attracts the misery of samsara. Remove the mental defilement, and your, say, the hidden treasure will be manifested, where all painful tears will be stopped, and you have the bliss of nirvana. Okay, number 5. If I practice like this, then when will I succeed? When will I succeed? What is the measure of having succeeded in generating renunciation? Number 5, it reads, contemplating thus, contemplating on the demerits of being attached to this life, demerits of the future attachment to the future life, and so forth, when for an instant you do not admire the splendors of cyclic existence. Why we are attached to samsara? Because of the splendors of samsara. When you see that these are so trivial, these are like the bait, then you have no admiration to the splendors of cyclic existence, and remain intent on liberation, that may I be freed from samsara completely. That intent, remain intent on the liberation, may I attain nirvana, may I attain freedom from samsara, may all my painful tears stop. So this thought comes to you day and night. Then at that point, renunciation is born in you then. So this is about the renunciation. So the more we contemplate on these points, This will greatly help us to navigate our mind gradually in the direction of renunciation, and you see that your life becomes more and more purposeful, and our unnecessary attachment to samsara stops. Okay, next, verse number 6 is bodhicitta. Again, bodhicitta under 3 headings: why bodhicitta, how bodhicitta, and the measure of having generated bodhicitta. The first, even if you have renunciation, but without the bodhicitta, again, then you don't get the complete benefit. It says, renunciation, if not tempered by pure mind of bodhicitta, if you don't have the bodhicitta, however, will not bring forth the perfect bliss of unsurpassed enlightenment. What is unsurpassed enlightenment? Where you become absolutely enlightened, full awakening, where all your painful tears stop and your ease expands to infinity. So this enlightenment, your unsurpassed enlightenment, you cannot attain without bodhicitta. Therefore the wise ones generate the excellent mind of bodhicitta. Okay, that makes sense. So I have to practice bodhicitta in order to awaken my hidden treasure fully. Number 7, how to practice bodhicitta. Okay, number 7 and number 8. Number 7, number 8, how to practice bodhicitta. So for this, bodhicitta practice, for bodhicitta, there are 2 methods. There are 2 primary methods which were taught by the Buddha, further explained by the Arya Manjushri and Arya Maitreya. The 2 methods are there. The first method, known as the 7-fold cause-effect method to generate bodhicitta, which the Buddha Shakyamuni passed down to Arya Maitreya, down to Arya Sangha, Acharya Vasubandhu, and all these great teachers, and finally came down to Lama Selingpa of Indonesia, and then to Lama Adisha Dibangara Shirigana, who visited Tibet in 11th century AD. And the second method, the method of equalizing and exchanging self for others, again taught by the Buddha, passed on to Arya Nagarjuna, the Arya Manjushri, then to Arya Nagarjuna, and down to the Arya Nagarjuna in the 2nd century AD, and then down to the many hands of the masters, and in the 7th century, 8th century AD, the Bodhisattva Shantideva, and then in the 11th century AD, Lama Selingpa and Lama Adishadibangara Shirigana. So we see that these two methods originally taught by the Buddha, passed down to in the form of 2 different lineages, and there was a confluence, the point of confluence of the 2 methods at the point of Lama Selingpa or Lama Selingpa of Indonesia, 11th century the great master, and then Lama Adishadibangara Shirigana, the student of Lama Selingpa. So these 2 are the points of confluence of the 2 methods. So our job is to really study these 2 methods. The first method has 7 points with the 1 preliminary, and the second method has 9 points. We have to learn all these methods, all these steps, and then practice them, and then we see that our bodhicitta is actually growing. Whereas if you don't employ these 2 methods, no matter how much you practice the metta meditation meaning meditation on loving kindness, however much you practice this, bodhicitta will not be generated. So we have to practice these 2 methods, 7-fold cause-effect method and the method of equalizing and exchanging self with others. These 2 methods, we have to study them thoroughly. And as a part of this course, Nalanda diploma course, which is 1.5 years, these 2 methods are studied very extensively. And so again, we see that these 2 methods, we practice them, and don't expect that after learning this, practice for like few weeks, 2 months, and then you will generate bodhicitta. Don't expect that. So we are trying to counteract a mindset, a chronic disease of chronic mental disease of the self-centered attitude. So we are thinking of counteracting this, and the remedy that we employ is the study and practice of bodhicitta. And to really generate bodhicitta will take time, but to feel the benefit of the bodhicitta, it will not take much time. So you will start to feel that, particularly when you feel that your compassion is expanding, expanding year by year, compassion expanding, then you feel the preciousness of this practice. And you see that if you cannot practice this even for a day, you see that I am missing the dose of the medicine for my ultimate healing. Okay, this is very important. So with this mind, the two verses are taught by Lama Tsongkhapa over here in the form of a summary of these two methods. It says, the swept up in the current of the four powerful rivers, tied by strong bonds of karmas, so hard to undo, caught in the iron net of self-grasping, completely enveloped by the darkness of ignorance. Born and reborn, in boundless cyclic existence, ceaselessly tormented by three miseries, think of your mothers in this condition, generate the supreme mind of bodhicitta. Okay, let me quickly share with you, bodhicitta actually is an aspiration to become Buddha, for you to awaken your hidden treasure completely, and for the benefit of all the other beings. For that matter, the two things, in a broad sense, two things are required for us. One is to build a very strong affection to all the sentient beings, to build this affection, to build this feeling of affection to all the beings. That is one thing that we need to consider. Once you feel this affection to all the beings, the way the mother, the way the manner in which the mother feels this affection to her children, to her only child, then what happens is that when you see the plight of the child suffering, sick, then the mother's mind affection will change into compassion. May you be freed from suffering. So there are two things required. One, to feel this affection, unconditionally great affection, number one. Number two, see the plight of the beings as suffering nature of the beings. These two things. With this automatic when happens, then the mind this affection will manifest in the form of compassion. May you be freed from suffering and the cause of suffering. There is no compassion. Then next question is, who will do this? Who will help remove the suffering of others? I will do it. This is altruism. Next question, how will you do this? I'll do it by retrieving the inner treasure, inner most precious treasure, inner treasure. So that is known as attaining enlightenment, attaining full enlightenment, awakening the hidden treasure, the most precious hidden treasure. So that is known as a bodhicitta. May I become Buddha for the benefit of all sentient beings. This is the meaning of bodhicitta. Let me repeat. What is bodhicitta? May I become Buddha for the benefit of all sentient beings. When you become a Buddha, how can you help all the beings? Let me give an example. But many of us may think that if you become a Buddha, still how can you help? It's not necessary that you can help all. You can help every sentient being simultaneously. Simultaneously, you can help all the beings. You get this power. You get this power. Simply because you get the power doesn't mean that every being will be helped right now. That's not true. Why not? Okay. Say on some people, you just see if you agree with me. Some people, they don't have the intelligence. They don't have the intelligence from their side to really do PhD program, high level program. Although their parents are the vice chancellors of universities, their parents are the top ranking Nobel laureates in physics, chemistry, or the physiology and so forth. But if the child doesn't have that, they say the cognitive power, advanced cognitive ability, then the child cannot, although the parents are there, Nobel laureate parents are there to support you, but you cannot become a Nobel laureate in these subjects. Now there's another case where child is a genius, but the child does not have support. Again, the child remains like shepherd in a small village, shepherd, and gradually grows old. Once you grow old, then where is the chance for you to become a Nobel laureate in physics, chemistry, and so forth? No chance. So first person, support is there, but internal factor is missing. In second case, internal factor is there, external support is missing. So if two things are together, then you can succeed. So therefore, the Buddhas, they from their side they're ready, like the parents. From their side they're ready to support us, like the children. Now we have to create our factor. We have to do our job, and Buddhists are forever ready because they have the power to benefit at any time. But from our side, like the sound of a clap, one hand from Buddha side is always there. On the other side, we have to create it, like the hook and the ring. We have to create the ring, and the Buddha's hook is always there. And sometimes we may have the ring, but if your parents don't have the hook, you cannot do anything. Whereas the Buddhas, they are the hooks, always there. We have to create our own rings. So these two come together, you are benefited instantly. So this is where you can benefit all the beings instant. You get the power. If you become Buddha, this is a benefit. For example, what happened was that at one point the Buddha was giving teaching in Vulture's Peak. When the Buddha was teaching Heart Sutra, simultaneously, same time, the Buddha was giving Shirikara Chakra teaching in Amaravati in South India. Same time. So this is a benefit, where you can, wherever the beings are, you can have infinite number of millions, billions of emanations to benefit the beings in their own and their ways. So this is a benefit. So therefore, for this matter, so you have to cultivate the affection to all the beings, number one. Then number two, you have to see the plight of the sentient beings, that they are in suffering state. So the verse number 7 is looking at the plight of the sentient beings who are suffering so badly, swept up in the current of the four powerful rivers. Four powerful rivers, these are the metaphors. One is the river of attachment. Number 2, river of anger. Number 3, river of ignorance. And number 4, river of the wrong view. Let me repeat it. River of attachment, river of anger or aversion. Then number 3, river of ignorance. And number 4, river of wrong view. Wrong view meaning where you don't believe in the you don't believe in the cause and effect relationship. You don't believe in cause and effect relationship. This is the wrong view. So we are driven by these four powerful rivers, tied by strong bonds of karma, so hard to undo. So just imagine that. So okay, if I ask you the question, how likely is a person to be to escape this horrific scenario where you are being drowned in a river, say the four rivers joining one stream, four rivers, very powerful four rivers, very strong, gushing four rivers, and then you are drowned there. The chance for us to escape is very less, number one. Number two, not only that, you are actually in a cage in the river, washed away by the very forceful four rivers, and you are also in a cage. Say, if you're in a river, and then you may try to grab something, and then you may be able to grab like a wood, and then this wood somehow is thrown on the bank of the river, and then you escape. Although there's a very the less chance, still there's a chance there. But if you're in a cage, likely to get the wood and so forth is less, so less. So number two, tied by strong bonds of karma and so on. Okay, this is you tied. Your hands are tied, not free. tied, the metaphor given as we're tied by the rope, metaphor for the karma. Our karmas bound us in this samsaric body. Tied by strong bonds of karma, so hard to undo. And then you are bound, and also that you are put in the cage. So look, the chance for escape is becoming much less. Caught in the iron net or iron cage of self-grasping. We have the self-grasping ignorance. And the karma bound us. And the four rivers of afflictions, they just take us, wash us so forcefully in the wrong, in samsari direction, not in the nirvana direction. And then say this, let's say that the chance, although the chance is so meager, but still let's say that this cage in which you are in, this cage hits a rock in the middle of the river, and the cage is broken. And then the rope with which you are bound, even this rope somehow accidentally it hits somewhere and it breaks. And then they say your free hand, you just grab some, and then you get hold of a stick. This is so unlikely that all these things happen. Even if this like one out of 1,000 chances, even though it's so meager chance, so with this, then they're completely enveloped in the darkness of ignorance, and it is dark. Even if, say, you get hold of the stake and it throws you, the river, somehow you're thrown to the bank, and the other side of the bank, there may be crocodiles waiting. We don't see this. It's a very scary scenario. So this is how you are suffering. This is how all the dear sentient beings, they're suffering. So this is how we need to think of the plight of the sentient beings to whom you feel so affectionate. But this affection to the beings, we have to cultivate separately. This will not happen automatically. For us ordinary beings, we see other people, instead of affection, we have jealousy. So this jealousy is an indication of ignorance, and this is not your true nature. Your true nature is so beautiful, it embraces everybody for the ultimate benefit of yourself and for the ultimate benefit of all the other beings. Whereas jealousy destroys you and destroys others. And in worst case, it destroys you and others will feel happy to see that you are destroyed. This is the job of the jealousy. So the point is that so this is how the beings are suffering. Now on top of this, with these four, then how the beings are suffering terribly, resultant state. So thus far it's more like the causal state. Now resultant state, born and reborn in boundless cyclic existence. Boundless meaning that it's just, you cannot really get out of it unless you wake up from sleep of ignorance. Ceaselessly tormented by the three miseries, suffering, change, and pervasive conditioned suffering. These are the three miseries: suffering, change, and pervasive conditioned suffering. Thinking of your mothers in this condition. Think of mothers meaning all the sentient beings as your mothers. This life you have a mother. The past life you have a mother. Past life you have a mother. How many such mothers were there? You go ad infinitum. There's no beginning. So infinite number of the mothers are there. All these mothers, all these sentient beings. Where are these now? All those who are around you. Animals, insects, dogs, cats, human beings. All these are your mothers who once upon a time was extremely kind, who sacrificed their own lives for you in your past lives. So thinking of your mothers in this condition, generate the supreme mind of bodhicitta, generate the desire, may I become Buddha to benefit all the beings. That is how you generate bodhicitta. Number 8. Number 9. Number 8, we see that for the bodhicitta, if you notice that why to generate bodhicitta, that is given there. Why to generate bodhicitta? This is the verse number 6. And how to generate bodhicitta, in summary, verse number 7 and 8 are taught. But the measure of having generated bodhicitta, is not set here. So this you have to take from renunciation. So you extrapolate. You extrapolated the way, the manner in which the renunciation said, verse number 5. Verse number 5, the way and the manner in which renunciation, the measure of the generated renunciation, you apply this to the bodhicitta. Okay, let me modify this verse a little bit for the bodhicitta. It can be like this. Contemplating thus, when for an instant you do not admire the personal freedom or personal liberation. You don't admire the personal liberation and remain intent on Buddhahood day and night. Instead of remain intent on liberation. Instead, remain intent on Buddhahood day and night. Bodhicitta is born in you then. So this is how we can they take from the bodhicitta, the renunciation point, apply this to the bodhicitta by modifying the sentences a little bit. Let me repeat this once more. Contemplating thus, when for an instant you do not admire the splendors of the personal liberation, and remain intent on Buddhahood day and night. Not only just personal liberation, but Buddhahood for all the beings day and night. Bodhicitta is born in you then. So this is how we modify it to accommodate the measure of having generated bodhicitta. Okay, so with this point, 2 points are done. Now the third point, wisdom of emptiness. For the wisdom, again the same thing. Why to generate the wisdom? How to generate the wisdom? And what's the measure of having generated wisdom? 3. Verse number 9, why to generate renunciation? Although you train in renunciation and amana bodhicitta, without the wisdom that realizes the ultimate reality, the wisdom. If the wisdom is staying, even though you have renunciation bodhicitta, the first 2 principal parts are there, but if the third is missing, you cannot cut the root of cyclic existence. You cannot cut the root of cyclic existence, and you will continue to be in samsara. Therefore, strive to understand. To cut the roots of existence, you have to cut the ignorance. To cut the ignorance, we need to have the wisdom of emptiness. So without this, then you cannot escape from samsara at all. So therefore, strive to understand dependent arisings. Try to understand the wisdom, understanding emptiness in the context of dependent arising. So this is the reason why we have to contemplate on, we have to practice the wisdom of emptiness. Number 10. Okay. Number 10. Now, how to cultivate the wisdom of emptiness? So this requires, it's just like few verses here. I say verse 10, 11, 12, and then 13. 10, 11, 12, 13, and then the number 9. Total 5 verses for the wisdom of emptiness. But to really get the wisdom of emptiness, we have to, just 5 verses are not sufficient. We have to study extensively. Okay, so first quickly go through this. Number 10. One who sees infallible cause and effect. So, depending on emptiness. Emptiness, some people say, oh, Buddha taught this, everything is empty. This is the naivety. This is not the real answer, emptiness. Emptiness was not nihilism. Oh, emptiness means nothing. Nothing is there. No self. Nothing exists. This is nihilism. This is not emptiness. Emptiness, how it is not nihilism is, emptiness always goes with dependent origination. These 2 things go together. Emptiness and dependent origination always go together. Now, this is very important. Listen. If you talk about emptiness without dependent origination, this is nihilism. Of the 2 hands, one for dependent origination, if that is missing, then this is purely nihilism. Whereas, you explain dependent origination without emptiness, this is purely absolutism. The 2 extremes. If these 2 together, emptiness will stop the nihilism, and dependent origination will stop the absolutism, or emptiness will stop. In fact, okay, we'll learn later, emptiness stops both the extremes. But for the ease of explanation, emptiness stops the absolutism, and dependent origination stops the nihilism, combined together gives rise to the avoidance of the two extremes. Avoiding the two extremes is following the middle way. So emptiness is not nihilism, it is the middle way. Emptiness is the middle way. So it says that, number 10, one who sees infallible cause and effect, infallible, undeniable cause and effect of dependent origination of all phenomena in samsara nirvana, whole universe is operating based on cause and effect, dependent origination of cause and effect. This is dependent origination, conventional truth. And destroys, line 3, and destroys all focus of the apprehension, which means destroys all focuses, all intrinsic, objective focuses of apprehension. There's no objective reality, like dream. Dream is subjective, no objective, empty of objective reality. And you destroy all the apprehension of the objective, the focuses. So, destroying all focus of the apprehension, this emptiness, and seeing the cause and effect is dependent origination, these two come together, has entered the path which pleases the Buddhas. If you really want to study emptiness, you have to make sure that these two go together. Then that will be the path to please the Buddhas, to make the Buddhas and Bodhisattvas happy. Number 11. Appearances. When we look at the world, you wake up, you see things. Appearances are infallible, dependent, or arising. So when you see things, you see that the morning is followed by afternoon, afternoon followed by the evening, and the young age are followed by the young adult followed by the old age, cause and effect, cause and effect, cause and effect. And do good things, happiness follows. Do bad things, miseries follow. Again, this cause and effect. We see that there's always cause and effect operating in the whole universe. So this is what appears. This appearance level, subjective appearance. Objective is empty. Subjective, they appear. Cause and effect appears. Appearance are infallible, dependent, arising. Subjectively, appearances are there. This is what is happening on the subjective level is dependent arising, dependent origination. Dependent origination, dependent arising, these two are same, it's a matter of translation. Whereas on the object level is empty. Emptiness is understanding that is free of assertions. Objectively, there's no assertion, there's nothing asserted. Objectively is empty. Subjectively, appearances are there. Appearance of dependent origination. So subjectively, dependent origination operates. Objectively, empty of objective reality. So these two, as long as these two are seen as distinct, these two are seen as unrelated. So it's empty. Again, so if these two things are seen as emptiness and dependent origination, if you see these things are contradictory, as long as these two are seen as distinct, means contradictory, they're not complementing each, they're not as complementary, you have not yet realized the intent of the Buddhas. Now, 12. When these two realizations are concurrent, where you see the subjectively dependent origination, objectively empty, object empty is the emptiness. Subjective appearance is a dependent origination. When you see that these two things, subjectively things appear, objectively things are empty, these two subjectives, last time we said it. So, it exists subjectively means objectively is empty. Objectively is empty means subjectively it exists. So when these two things are seen as complementary to each other, when these two realizations are concurrent or complementary in your own mind, where the mere sight of infallible dependent origination, subjectively, infallible dependent origination there, and objectively is empty. So when these two things, by understanding dependent origination, if you understand emptiness, by understanding emptiness, if it reinforces understand dependent origination, concurrently destroys all modes of grasping through definite discernment, all modes of grasping at objective reality. At that time, analysis of the profound view is perfected. Perfect view. So this is the number 3, the measure of having generated the wisdom of emptiness. The measure. Number 12 is the measure. At that time, the analysis of the profound view, which is emptiness, is perfected. Number 13, Furthermore, appearances. Okay, now this verse number 13. It is said that this is unique presentation of Prasangika philosophy. 13 is the unique presentation of Prasangika philosophy. So, what Prasangika says is that furthermore, appearances refute the extreme of existence. So, other schools, generally in Buddhism, we see the appearances refute the extreme of nihilism, not the extreme of existence. Okay, first let me explain like this. Extreme of existence, extreme of non-existence. This is one vocabulary. And then the vocabulary is extreme of existence is also known as extreme of absolutism. Extreme of existence and extreme of absolutism, and sometimes also referred to as the extreme of permanence. These three are synonymous. Let me repeat it. Extreme of existence, extreme of absolutism, extreme of permanence. These three are synonymous with three different vocabularies, but they are all synonymous. Let me repeat it. Extreme of existence, extreme of absolutism, and extreme of permanence. These three are synonymous. Likewise, the opposite of the three, extreme of non-existence, extreme of nihilism, extreme of impermanence. These three are synonymous. So when we say extreme of impermanence, doesn't mean that things are not impermanent. Extreme of impermanence and impermanence is so different. For example, like attachment, the word attachment in computer science, how the word attachment is used in computer science and how the word attachment is used in the psychology. These are very different. In psychology, the attachment means desire. In computer science, attachment doesn't mean desire. It means something different. For it's to be attached. So although it's the same word, but in different contexts, the same word can be referred to different meanings. So likewise, the impermanence. All composite is impermanent. This is one context. And extreme of impermanence. These are very different. Extreme impermanent means extreme of nihilism. So don't mix up simply because the word is same, we are supposed not to mix up the meanings. Okay. So here, furthermore, appearances refute the extreme of existence. According to the other schools, with appearance referring to dependent origination. Dependent origination will remove the extreme of nihilism, generally, extreme of non-existence. But here it says extreme of existence. So this is unique presentation of Prasangika. Let me repeat it. What is said here in verse 13, this is unique presentation of Prasangika. Appearances or dependent origination. When I understand this should refute means reject the extreme of existence. Usually it is extreme, it rejects the appearances or dependent origination, rejects the extreme of nihilism, extreme of non-existence. But Prasangika presents it both ways. That appearance refutes the extreme of existence. Second, emptiness refutes the extreme of non-existence. From the other schools, emptiness only refutes the extreme of existence. Emptiness, they refuse the extreme of the absolutism, or extreme of the permanence, extreme of the existence. But Prasangika's unique presentation is emptiness refutes the extreme of non-existence. This is something so unique of the Prasangika. When I understand that emptiness arises, so objectively empty, from there, subjectively cause and effect happens. Objectively things are empty. So when you understand that emptiness, on the objective level is emptiness, but on the subjective level it arises in the form of cause and effect. For example, let's say, okay, this flower. Let's say on the Russian group and the non-Russian group. So the Russian group looks at this flower with your naked eyes. And the non-Russian group, okay, let's say the non-Russian groups, you look at this through your naked eyes. And the Russian group looks at this through your electron microscope. Looking at this through electron microscope, you don't see the flower. It's just a pool of atoms. That's it. Where's the flower? Flower is empty. But the non-Russians look at it with your naked eyes, you see the flower. So what the Russian group sees this as no flower. It's just a pool of atoms. There's no flower there. So it says, when you understand that emptiness, what for group, the Russian group sees as empty, no flower. Flower is empty. It's no pool of atoms, no flower. So when the same object, which the Russian group says there's no flower, non-Russians will say there's a flower. Subjectively, flower appears. Russian group sees objectively no flower. Objective no flower, subjective flower exists. So Russian group, you are seeing whether things exist objectively. That's the ultimate analysis. With the ultimate analysis, you see there's no flower. With the subjective, the conventional analysis by the non-Russians, they see a flower. So what Russian group sees as no flower is seen as flower by the non-Russians. So emptiness, when you understand that emptiness arises, emptiness, what the Russian group sees as emptiness, is what the non-Russian group sees as a cause and effect, flower. Cause and effect, you are not captivated by the view of empty extremes. Then you will not fall into extreme of existence and extreme of non-existence. You are in the middle way. To see emptiness in light of the middle way, this is a proper understanding of emptiness. Okay, so this is just very brief intro of emptiness. And then finally verse 14. Oh my child. So in fact, this short text was composed by Lama Tsongkhapa at the request of one of his students. His student's name is Thapa, who was far away in the Eastern Tibet, and Lama Tsongkhapa was in Central Tibet. So he moved from Eastern Tibet to Central Tibet, and then one of his students from Eastern Tibet sent a message to Lama Tsongkhapa in Central Tibet. Please give me a teaching update to benefit, to make sure that my life turns meaningful. Then Lama Tsongkhapa composed this, and at the end, verse number 14, Lama Tsongkhapa said, "Oh my child," referring to the student who requested this teaching, whose name is Tsagopembo Awantakpa. And once you have thus realized the points of the three principal paths, renunciation, bodhicitta, and the wisdom of emptiness, then seek solitude. Solitude doesn't mean that go on your own, leave your family, leave everything. This is not the meaning. Seek solitude meaning cut yourself from distraction. Cut yourself from the distraction to the external objects, obsession to power, obsession to wealth, obsession to become a celebrity and so forth. Just cut yourself from attachment to the external world and cut yourself from attachment. Don't cut yourself from the external world. Don't cut yourself from the external world. Cut your attachment to the external world and cut your attachment to the internal world of different thoughts, all the bad thoughts, negative karma, afflictions. Just detach yourself from the internal thoughts and external distractions. Cut yourself from these. This means of solitude. Seek solitude and cultivate strong determination to quickly reach the final aspired goal, to unravel the hidden treasure where all the painful tears stop and your ease expands to infinity. And then share this wisdom with all the beings. His Holiness the Dalai Lama, and as I said earlier, now His Holiness in Delhi, we are so blessed through Tibet House, all the viewers, all the participants of this retreat. You also getting to be connected with Delhi, with His Holiness the Dalai Lama here in Delhi. So His Holiness, many years ago, I remember that, in fact, this is what His Holiness oftentimes in his teachings on this short text, His Holiness says that if possible, recite this short text every day, and to contemplate on the meanings. And when every time you recite, you reach the verse number 14, where it says, "Oh my child, if you can visualize that Lama Tsongkhapa is actually addressing you, as his spiritual child, then you will become karmically connected to Lama Tsongkhapa, that in the future lifetimes he can be born at the feet of Lama Tsongkhapa. So, likewise for us, His Holiness the Dalai Lama, if we imagine that when we're reading this, oh my child, is that His Holiness the Dalai Lama is actually addressing us, oh my spiritual child, you. Then, if this is how we connect ourselves with His Holiness Lama Tsongkhapa or Buddha or Guru Padmasambhava or Sakya Pandita or Jisamarva, Jisamila, and so forth, then we leave a special imprint. We implant a special imprints to be connected, to take birth at the feet of these great teachers. And then it says, oh my child, once you have thus realized the points of the three principal paths, seek solitude to cultivate strong determination to reach the final aspired goal by going from Gade para samgade bodhi swaha. Okay, so with this we finish this short text. And okay, so now we have only about like 2 minutes. I'll quickly, as a gesture of auspiciousness, I'll quickly read the text, a few verses, and then we'll stop here for today. And tomorrow, the first session is on the Buddhist philosophy and modern science. And then the last session is the continuation on emptiness, and with the question answer, short questions session. And as I said earlier, if you have questions, please send them written to make sure that our time, the time for the question answer is used productively, as many people get the opportunity for question answers. Okay. The three principles for the path, the Lama Tsongkhapa. I bow down to the Venerable Lamas, as well as I'm able, I'll explain the essence of all the teachings of the Buddha, the path praised by the Bodhisattvas, the Congress children, entrance for those who desire liberation. Listen with a clear mind, you fortunate ones, but not attached to the joy of cyclic existence. Strive to make good use of leisure and opportunity, and direct your minds to the path that pleases the Buddhas. Without pure renunciation, and any attraction for the pleasure of cyclic existence is unattainable. The craving for existence also binds beings, thus from the outset seek renunciation. There is attraction to this life, but effect on how leisure and opportunity are difficult to find, and how life is ephemeral and without span. There is attraction to the future lives, but repeated thinking of the infallibility of karma and its effects and the misery of samsara. Contemplating thus, when for an instant you do not admire the splendors of cyclic existence and remain intent on liberation day and night, renunciation is born in you then. Okay, renunciation, if not tempered by pure mind of bodhicitta, however, will not bring forth the perfect bliss of unsurpassed enlightenment. Therefore, the wise ones generate the excellent mind of bodhicitta. Okay, so we finish. It's just 6 o'clock sharp. We stop here, and we'll recite oh dear, Heart Sutra mantra. Heart Sutra mantra 3 times, followed by the essence of dependent origin mantra. And tomorrow we will try to recite the praise to the Buddha Shakyamuni, the verse. I'm sure that it is in the Russian also. So tomorrow, if there's screen sharing, that will be very helpful. Okay. Gati gati aragati arasam gati bodhi swatyata om gati gati aragati arasam gati bodhi swatyata om gati gati paragati parasam gati bodhi swaha. So let the virtues that we gathered here today, let us dedicate this virtue for the long life and extremely good health for His Holiness the Dalai Lama, for the benefit of all the dear sentient beings and for the benefit of the Buddha Dharma. So with this mind, let's recite the essence of the Venerable mantra. Om ye dharma hetu prabhava hetum tesham dathagato hyavatat tesham chayo nirodha evam vati mahashramanaye svaha. Om ye dharma hetu prabhavam hetum tesham dathagato hyavatat tesham chayo nirodha evam vati mahashramanaye svaha. Om ye dharma hetu prabhava hetum tesham dathagato hyavatat tesham chayo nirodha evam vati mahashramanaye svaha. Okay, we will recite the Buddha Shakyamuni verse together 3 times. We'll chant this together. And many of you know how to recite this. And those who do not know how to recite it, just join us, just listen to us. And you also pray that His Holiness lives long, that His Holiness should have a very, very, very healthy, good health, for the benefit of all sentient beings and for the benefit of the Dharma. Tage toje shagere so ton shenge meto tege bonjomba segelumbo tabo jebeko shaye yebo kyala chaselo oh moni moni mahamona yeswaha om moni moni mahamona yeswaha tabge tuje shagere so chon shenge meto dege bonjomba sergelumbo tabo jebeko shaye yebo kyala chaselo om moni moni mahamona yeswaha om moni moni mahamona yeswaha tabge tuje shagere so chon shenge meto dege bonjomba sergelumbo shaye yebo kyala chaselo mone mone mahamona yeswaha 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 mone mone mahamona yeswaha. Okay, thank you all and see you tomorrow, Indian Standard Time, 1 o'clock.
Recording stopped.